Chapter 34-49. Hong Tianbu obviously had some understanding of the absolute fairness formation. After withstanding Ling Han's attack, he did not use any more powerful moves and allowed the battle to be in a stalemate. This was because he knew that once the power of the formation disappeared, he would be able to fully recover his battle strength. At that time, he would be able to easily suppress Ling Han. Do I need to use my trump card? Ling Han, on the other hand, had used all of his ultimate moves, but was still unable to suppress the great heaven steps. One must know that Hong Tianbu was also a genius who could fight across realms. In theory, his battle strength could still reach the Enlightenment realm, surpassing Ling Han's limit. If not for his baleful aura being too powerful, he would have been defeated by Hong Tianbu many times over. However, Ling Han only had 3 minutes left. He wanted to defeat Hong Tianbu in 3 minutes. How could he do that? Ling Han's right hand shook and a hammer appeared in his hand. This was a 1-star magic tool, which he called the Drought Thunder Hammer. Although he still had a 2-star magic tool, with his current strength, there was no difference between 1 and 2 stars. In any case, he could not fully display its power. Moreover, using a 1-star magic tool could also hide his strength. After all, there was an old monster on the immortal path here. As expected, the moment he took out the Drought Thunder Hammer, the old man's eyes narrowed and revealed a look of greed. He had been imprisoned before, how could he have a magic tool? One must know that magic tools had always been precious. If a martial artist wanted to buy a suitable magic tool for himself, he would usually have to spend all his fortune. Therefore, he was naturally jealous. Hong Tianbu's expression turned cold. He felt pressure from the hammer. If he were to receive it with his bare hands, he would be injured. He decisively took out a long spear that emitted an ancient aura. There were lines on the spear's body, and when he touched it, it shone. Kill. Ling Han held the hammer in his left hand and shook it with force. Quang, there was a sudden clap of thunder. The lines on the hammer shone, and then a white bolt of lightning shot out, striking towards Hong Tianbu. Although it looked like lightning, its speed was far inferior to real lightning. Otherwise, if it was struck at the speed of light, who could block or dodge it at this stage? Hong Tianbu lightly shouted and waved his spear towards the lightning. Sizzle! The tip of the spear touched the lightning, and the electric current immediately flowed along the spear's body, causing Hong Tianbu's hands to go numb, and his black hair to stand on end. In this exchange, Ling Han won, while Hong Tianbu suffered a great loss. Hong Tianbu hurriedly retreated. He frowned and said, I didn't expect that you actually obtained an immortal-grade artifact. The spear in his hand was also obtained from a historical site, but it was only at the level of the secret-seeking realm. Although it was only 1 level lower than a 1-star ritual implement, the difference in level was as vast as heaven and earth. I can't just let you have all my luck, right? Ling Han brandished his Drought Thunder Hammer as he attacked. His right hand was clenched into a fist, and a stone was hidden in his palm. However, he didn't throw it out. He just kept attacking. The Hong Tian steps continued to dodge. Even if Ling Han was unable to fully display the power of a 1-star celestial artifact, it was still a celestial artifact from the celestial path. Even a trace of its power would be extremely shocking. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Electric currents blazed chaotically, forcing Hong Tianbu to continuously retreat, not daring to parry. His eyes flashed with anger, which he could not bear. Because he was Hong Tianbu, an invincible heaven-suppressing monster. He snorted, and a terrifying aura circulated in his right hand. Even absolute fairness was unable to suppress his cultivation. In his chest, one after another, inscription patterns of dark destruction shone, and his power began to rise rapidly. He used the primordial fierce beast's eye. Ling Han was waiting for this moment. He roared, and with a wave of his right hand, Xiao, the heavenly rune jade immediately shot out. 9 times the speed of sound. Hong Tianbu's reaction was astonishingly fast, and he hurriedly used his spear to block. Peng, but this secret-seeking realm ritual implement was smashed by the heavenly rune jade, and it instantly exploded like an umbrella. The heavenly rune jade's momentum didn't stop, and it continued to collide with Hong Tianbu. Peng. Hong Tianbu's entire body was sent flying. However, with the long spear in his hand blocking the attack, and with his cultivation having recovered to the 6-vein realm, this attack only caused his chest to explode, but it didn't kill him. Ling Han also let out a muffled groan, and his entire body flew into the air. Hong Tianbu also launched a counterattack, and with a star-shattering finger, he similarly heavily injured him. The 2 young prodigies fell to the ground at the same time, both bleeding profusely, and for a moment, neither could stand up. Both sides were injured. No one had expected this result. It wasn't Hong Tianbu who crushed Ling Han, and monopolized the position of the heaven-suppressing monster, nor was it Ling Han who overtook him and overturned a veteran expert. However, if one were to really think about it, Hong Tianbu was in the enlightenment realm, and he also had the cultivation of the engravement realm during battle. With such a comparison, who was more monstrous? Dad! The 7 Calabash brothers all pounced forward, and it was still 6th baby who retrieved the heavenly rune jade, while the other milk babies guarded around Ling Han, all of them brimming with murderous intent. Hong Tianbu wasn't alone, and he had many powerful subordinates under him. Now, they all rushed out to protect him. After a while, Ling Han and Hong Tianbu both struggled to get up. Although their injuries were very serious, their eyes were filled with the desire to fight. "Let's go," Hong Tianbu said in a low voice, and with the support of a few subordinates, he quickly left. Ling Han also wanted to leave, but the old man from before came up to him with a smile, and said, "Little friend, can you part with that hammer and give it to me?" If possible, I would also like to buy that piece of jade." The 7 Calabash brothers acted as if they were facing a great enemy. This was an expert on the path of immortality, even if he was only in the Foundation establishment realm. Ling Han smiled, and said, "I'm sorry, I still have great use for these 2 items." "Oh." The old man nodded, but he didn't move. He was in an intense mental struggle, whether or not he should make a move to snatch it. If he made a move, Ling Han definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. However, this was the imperial capital, and if he made a move to snatch a junior's item, he would definitely be suppressed by Chen Fengyan. Not to mention anything else, just the green dragon array spirit was not something he could match. He had some friendship with Cui Zhenhai, and the 2 of them had often sparred with each other in the past. However, if he were to obtain a 1-star magic tool, his strength would definitely skyrocket, and it wouldn't be difficult for his battle prowess to double. Then, would he be able to rival the array spirit? He was hesitating, weighing the pros and cons. If he failed, he would have to serve his sentence in the imperial capital like Cui Zhenhai. A dignified expert of the immortal path was serving his sentence in the territory of mortals. Isn't this a huge joke? After hesitating for a long time, the old man finally suppressed the impulse and greed in his heart. He smiled at Ling Han and turned to leave. Luo Jintang hurriedly followed, and the old man and the young man soon disappeared into the distance. End of this chapter. Chapter 3450. With the departure of the old man, the pressure that had been weighing down on Ling Han also disappeared without a trace. "Old man, I'll definitely beat you up in the future," Ling Han said in his heart. If the old man had made a move just now, then when Ling Han had enough power in the future, he would definitely get rid of this old bastard. But now that the old man had given him a scare, then he would also give the old man a scare in the future. With the help of a few milk babies, Ling Han returned to his residence. With the strength of the Bottle Gourd brothers, carrying Ling Han back was naturally a piece of cake. Ling Han concocted some medicine and began to recover. This time, his injuries were not light. In the end, Hong Tianyun had unleashed battle prowess of 6 veins, which was originally enough to kill a cultivator in the pinnacle bone tier. However, Ling Han's battle prowess had far surpassed that of a cultivator in the pinnacle bone tier. Thus, this strike had not been able to kill Ling Han, but it had still caused him severe injuries. Your Highness, isn't it too rash to attack in the capital? In the 7th prince's residence, an advisor was advising the 7th prince. The 7th prince waved his hand. This brat already knows that the beast tide that destroyed Hidden Tiger City was instigated by me. If I don't silence him, how can I be at ease? There's no proof. How can His Majesty believe his one-sided words? And how would Lord Yang dare to summon your Highness to stand trial? The advisor continued. No one would have thought that there would be a green dragon formation in the capital. The formation spirit seems to be everywhere. If the formation spirit catches your Highness committing murder, then there's really no way to quibble. The 7th prince frowned. Father has a special trust in that brat, so if that brat goes to complain, Father might really investigate. I'm not worried, but can you guarantee that no information will be leaked? The advisor was immediately speechless. Under the majesty of the Saint Emperor, who could not be shaken? Moreover, that brat is seriously injured this time, so it's the best time to get rid of him. The 7th imperial prince said, a hint of fear in his eyes. The might of Ling Han's heavenly pattern jade was too terrifying, and even Hong Tianbu was heavily injured by it. If it landed on his body, it was impossible for him to survive. If it was an ordinary flying sword or knife, he only needed to use his telekinesis to form a net and easily block it. But the heavenly pattern jade could weigh tens of thousands of kilograms. How could he block it? Thinking of the heavenly pattern jade, he revealed a look of greed. With his telekinesis and the heavenly pattern jade, how could he unleash terrifying power? He believed that he would be instantly killed even in the secret realm. He no longer hesitated. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Ling Han and take the heavenly pattern jade. Coincidentally, Ling Han had just used absolute fairness, and was also heavily wounded. If he made a move now, it would definitely be a piece of cake. Ling Han consumed it orally and applied it externally. After treating his wounds, he said, I no longer have the deterrence of absolute fairness. Tonight, those demons and monsters will definitely make a move on me. Father, hide in the spirit-nourishing gourd. We'll find a place to hide, second brother suggested. Eldest brother rolled his eyes. What are you afraid of? If one comes, we'll kill one. If two comes, we'll kill both. Yes. Fourth brother nodded. Kill. Fifth brother nodded. Ling Han shook his head. No, let's go somewhere else. Where? The 7 children asked together. Princess Baizhao's. Ling Han smiled. Why go to Princess Baizhao's? Because Princess Baizhao was in the secret realm. To be able to reach such a height at such a young age, her combat power was absolutely amazing. Therefore, entering Princess Baizhao's residence, unless an expert of the immortal path intervened, there was no other way. Then, would Princess Baizhao attack Ling Han? She wanted to, but she was a demon. If something happened to Ling Han in her residence, the demons would not be able to withstand Shen Fengyan's wrath. Therefore, not only did Ling Han not have to worry about Princess Baizhao attacking him, he could even use her as a bodyguard. Moreover, this little demon was attracting hatred for him. Why couldn't Ling Han give her some trouble instead? Come, let's go eat and drink for free. When the 7 children heard this, they were all excited. How could they miss such a good opportunity to eat and drink for free? Therefore, the group of 8 arrived at Princess Baizhao's residence in a grandiose and ostentatious manner. What? Princess Baizhao was shocked. Ling Han actually visited her residence? What the hell? Please. She thought for a moment and asked someone to invite Ling Han in. Not long after, Ling Han brought the 7 children to the living room. Master Ling, welcome. May I know what advice you have for me? The demon princess said without raising her head as she sipped her tea. It was as if she was expressing that she did not welcome Ling Han. Ling Han smiled. I don't dare to give advice. It's just that I haven't seen you for a long time and miss you. That's why I'm here today. Who was he trying to fool? Princess Bai Xiaoan naturally would not believe him. She looked at Ling Han's clearly bulging chest, which was wrapped in thick bandages, and immediately understood. You were severely wounded in your battle with Hong Tianbu, and have used up absolute fairness, and are waiting to recover. Thus, an ordinary pinnacle bone tier elite would probably be able to kill you now. Thus, you have come to seek refuge with me. Ling Han smiled. An ordinary ultimate bone realm can't kill me. It has to be an engravement realm at least. Princess Bai Xiao immediately felt like she was going crazy. Her main point was not this. She snorted. Why should I help you? Ling Han exclaimed. Isn't the princess and I in love? Didn't you sleep at my place some time ago? Nonsense. Princess Bai Xiao berated. But thinking about it again, she had indeed created the illusion that the two of them had spent the night together in order to incite the prince's killing intent towards Ling Han. She did not expect that she would be used by Ling Han instead. Was this a trap of one's own making? She had created a killing intent for Ling Han, but she had to be his bodyguard. How aggrieved was this? It's not easy to take care of children. Your Highness, is there anything to eat? It doesn't have to be anything good, just some demon beast meat will do, Ling Han said with a smile. He was not polite at all. Princess Bai Xiao was so angry that she swung her sleeves and left. However, Ling Han and the others were thick-skinned. They just sat there and did not have the slightest intention of returning. They could be so shameless, but Princess Bai Xiao could not. She still ordered people to send dinner. However, this was only the beginning of her nightmare. Your Highness, since you're treating, don't be so stingy. Get more food. Ling Han shouted. He and the 7 children were all big eaters. Food that could fill an ordinary person's stomach was only enough to stimulate their appetite. Princess Bai Xiao was speechless. How could there be such a customer? He was too unreserved. She could only order people to prepare food and send it over. After sending it 3 times, Ling Han and the milk baby finally expressed that it was enough and that there was no need for more food. Master Ling, you've eaten and rested. It's about time to go back, right? Princess Bai Xiao asked through gritted teeth. Chapter 34:51. Ling Han took a sip of the tea and praised, "Good tea." He was deliberately pretending to be deaf and mute. Princess Bai Xiao glared angrily. When she was staying at Ling Han's house, she never thought that Ling Han would one day rely on her. An eye for an eye. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her anger suddenly turned into a smile. Master Ling, if you are willing to join the demon race, then Bai Xiao will definitely do her best to protect you. Ling Han pretended to be surprised and said, Bai Xiao, you are treating me like an outsider. What is our relationship? Do we need to be so clear? We have no relationship at all. Princess Bai Xiao had the urge to kill, but Chen Fengyan was like a huge mountain that she could only look up to. He stood above the demon race, and she did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, it would not only be her problem, but the entire demon race would pay the price for her mistake. Damn it, he is just a small ultimate bone realm. She gritted her teeth and said, arrange a guest room for Master Ling and the children. Yes, Your Highness. A servant nodded. Ling Han then stood up and said, little fellows, let's go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. The 7 milk babies were all laughing and joking as they followed Ling Han. You heard me very clearly. Princess Bai Xiao said in her heart, and she had the urge to hit someone again. Ling Han went to Princess Bai Xiao's residence. The 7th prince was stunned. While he was shocked, he also felt an indescribable anger. Previously, when Princess Bai Xiao stayed in Ling Han's residence for a night, it already made him almost go find Ling Han and directly kill this guy. Now, you guys are returning the favor? You stayed in my house, and I'll stay in yours again. Do you really want to die? He said with hatred. When Princess Bai Xiao entered the imperial capital, she sent a clear signal that she would marry a prince to promote the relationship between the human race and the demon race. But now, Princess Bai Xiao had actually hooked up with Ling Han. What was going on? Previously, all the princes felt that they were cuckolded, but the sudden change of heaven and earth had diverted everyone's attention. However, it was different this time. It was extremely dangerous outside the imperial capital, and there was no way to divert the internal conflicts. Ling Han's openly staying in Princess Bai Xiao's residence would cause a great uproar. Your Highness, should we cancel the plan? The advisor asked. The 7th prince thought about it and said, no, this is a rare opportunity. Originally, those who wanted to kill that brat could line up, but today, I'm sure that many people won't be able to resist. Since that's the case, why don't your Highness just sit back and watch? After all, there are people who can complete the task for your Highness, the advisor said. The 7th prince shook his head. Although that brat is injured, his strength is still not weak. I want to see him die with my own eyes. Only then can I truly feel at ease. There was something he didn't say. Who knew if something had happened between Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao? Therefore, he had to see Ling Han die to appease the anger in his heart. The imperial capital was destined to be lively today. Several princes had already secretly decided to take advantage of the night to make a move. Ling Han actually dared to openly stay in Princess Bai Xiao's residence. This was intolerable. It just so happened that Ling Han was seriously injured, and there was no absolute fairness anymore. Now was the best time to kill him. In the middle of the night, there were many figures outside Princess Bai Xiao's residence. From time to time, people in black clothes and masks could be seen coming and going. There were even people who climbed up a tree and were embarrassed to find that there were people staring at them. They hurriedly smiled and jumped down to find another place where they could overlook the residence. Someone couldn't help but sneak into the residence, preparing to launch a sneak attack. However, he soon saw the door open, and this person was thrown out like garbage. Soon, a second and third person sneaked in, but without exception, they all went in vertically and came out horizontally. This residence was like a bottomless pit. After people went in, there was no movement, and when they came out again, they were already unconscious. No one heard the sound of the battle at all. At first, no one noticed 1 or 2 people, but after more than 10 people were lying outside the residence, it finally attracted everyone's attention. Was this a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? The 7th prince was about to make a move himself, but he saw a figure rushing into the residence. 9th prince, he murmured and hurriedly stopped. The 9th prince was at the enlightenment state. If he made a move, how could a person who had lost absolute fairness and was seriously injured defend against him? Thinking of this, he naturally wouldn't rush forward, lest he attracted unnecessary trouble. However, in just an instant, there was a loud noise in the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a hole was blasted open in the courtyard wall, and a figure flew out and lay on the ground. Although this person's face was covered, the 7th prince could tell at a glance that it was his 9th brother. How was this possible? The 9th prince was at the enlightenment state, and how many people in the capital were stronger than him? Moreover, there were only a handful of people who could defeat him in such a short period of time. Could it be that Xuechilua was here? No, Xuechilua had already returned to the demon clan, so there couldn't be another secret realm expert here. Xiao, just at this moment, a figure flew out from within the manor and stood proudly on the highest pavilion. She held a sword in one hand and wore a white dress that was as white as snow. As the night wind blew, the dress clung tightly to her delicate figure, outlining every detail of her perfect figure. She was as beautiful as a fairy, like a painting. The seventh prince was suffocated by her beauty, and then his eyes widened. It was Princess Bai Xiao. What? A strange thought surged in the seventh prince's mind. Could it be that the mysterious expert who defeated the ninth prince was this demon clan princess? Hiss! Whoever dares to barge into my residence again will be killed without mercy, Princess Bai Xiao said coldly, like a goddess. She finally stopped concealing her cultivation, and a powerful aura circulated, making it difficult for the people outside the residence to breathe. The seventh prince no longer doubted that this was a powerhouse of the secret realm. How was this possible? The demon clan princess was only in her 20s, so how did she cultivate? This was not just a matter of cultivation resources, but also a matter of powerful martial art talent. The seventh prince's eyes narrowed. The demon clan had actually sent such a genius to the capital. Was it really that simple? If he was the demon king, would he sacrifice such a talented descendant? Princess Bai Xiao swept her gaze around, and then leaped down. Her face was full of anger. All along, she had used her personal charm to wander among the princes and nobles with ease. But now, she was forced to show her true strength. In the future, others would definitely be wary of her, and she would no longer be able to maintain her aloof status. All of this was that bastard's fault. Reading on the mobile. Chapter 34-53. Jin Sanin continued, although your realms are the same, Hong Tianbu definitely has the advantage of a small realm. Moreover, he has already enlightened his apertures, so his battle awareness and experience are above yours. Under such circumstances, you were still able to fight with him until both of you were injured. That really shocked me. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. Ling Han smiled, but you didn't come here just to compliment me, did you? Jin Sanin stopped smiling and said, I want to ask you about someone. Oh, who? Ling Han asked. Jin Xiaohuang. Jin Sanin said, his gaze fixed on Ling Han. Ling Han spread out his hands and said, oh, I met him once. Why? The young emperor was this old man's grandson, but he died right after meeting you, little friend, Jin Sanin said. Then I'm sorry for your loss, uncle. Ling Han nodded. Jin Sanin ignored him and continued, I thought he was killed by a strong cultivator of the immortal path who suddenly appeared in the Arcana territory, but it turns out that he was killed even earlier. There's such a thing? Ling Han pretended to be surprised. Jin Sanin nodded, with such strength, I believe it was you. Oh. You have absolute fairness. You can pull your opponent's level to the same level as you, and in a battle of the same level, who can be your opponent? Jin Sanin said. Ling Han shook his head, uncle, what you said is meaningless. According to what you said, as long as someone dies, it's my fault. Jin Sanin smiled and said, then I'll change the question. Where did you see the people from the Liu family? Ling Han was surprised. Of course he had seen the people from the Liu family. He had even killed them together with the people from the Jin family. I'm not sure. He shook his head. Then I'll take my leave. Jin Sanin turned and left. Uncle. Ling Han called out. Did you remember something? Jin Sanin stopped. Next time, remember to knock on the door, Ling Han said. Jin Sanin couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He snorted, leaped up, and quickly disappeared. What is this? Peaceful measures before force? Ling Han stretched lazily and did not take it to heart. He had activated the array formation when he was sleeping. If someone really dared to come, then they could forget about going back. Ninth Master, what did that brat say? As soon as Jin Sanin left the Ling family, he got into a car, and a middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting in the driver's seat. Jin Sanin snorted and said, "Young Emperor and young Sword were probably killed by that brat." The middle-aged man revealed a murderous aura and said, "Since Lord Jiao has confirmed it, then let's make our move and kill this brat." Jin Sanin shook his head. This old man has long since confirmed that it was that kid who did it. I'm not here to confirm it. The middle-aged man felt strange. Then why did you go to look for Ling Han? But he didn't ask. Jin Sanin explained, that kid has absolute fairness. Even the Arcana realm will be dragged to the same level by him. I have to say, that kid's combat ability is really strong at the same level. This old man is definitely not his match. Then we can send someone to exhaust him first. Let that kid use absolute fairness first, then Lord Jiao, you can make your move, the middle-aged man said. Jin Sanin glared at him. Who should we send? That kid's normal combat ability can sweep through the engravement realm. How many enlightening realm experts do we have in the Jin family? Which one of them can be sacrificed? The middle-aged man could only be embarrassed and speechless. Then what should we do? He asked after a while. Jin Sanin sneered. This is the reason why this old man came. He operated on the optical computer, and instantly, the conversation he had with Ling Han before rang out. The people sent by the Liu family were all killed. It should also be done by this kid, so this old man will hand this conversation over to the Liu family and let them make their move. If they can succeed, then it will naturally save this old man a lot of trouble. If they can't, then that evil brat will definitely use absolute fairness. This old man will then make his move easily. The middle-aged man suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Jin Sanin smiled without saying anything, but his face was full of pride. After Ling Han activated the warning formation, he entered the spirit cultivation gourd to rest. After accumulating for a day, the spirit cultivation gourd was already full of mysterious energy that could improve his telekinesis. He slept in peace. Even if someone really broke in, it would be impossible for them to discover the existence of this gourd in a short time. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, Ling Han suddenly woke up. He had received a warning that someone had broken in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ling Han counted a total of 6 people. He immediately came out of the gourd and saw that the 7 children all sat up straight, each of them full of energy. Dad, 9, 10, no, 16 people came, second baby said immediately while gesturing with his fingers. Ling Han could only be speechless. Second baby was extremely smart, but he was terrible at counting. How did he grow up? Let's go out and see these uninvited guests. Ling Han went out with the 7 children. Coincidentally, the 6 people were also coming in his direction, as if they knew where Ling Han lived. However, when they saw Ling Han's 7 people coming out to greet them, they were obviously shocked. What was going on? They were here to sneak attack, but the person in question was coming head-on. This was a little embarrassing. It's good that you came out on your own, so we won't waste time looking for you, one person said. The 6 people were all masked, and one could only judge from their height that this person was the 3rd tallest. Spread out a little, this kid has absolute fairness. The area it covers is about 100 feet, the 4th tallest person said. The 6 people really spread out and were very far from each other. Ling Han, but you killed Lu Gao, the tallest masked person shouted. Ling Han was surprised. This person was actually not from the Jin clan. He thought about it for a moment, and suddenly realized that this was Jin Sanin's real purpose in coming to him. He smiled and did not hide it anymore. Yes, I killed him. How dare you? The 6 masked people shouted in unison. Although Lu Gao was not the most outstanding disciple of the Lu clan, he could be ranked in the top 5. Dying in the hands of Ling Han was obviously a huge loss. Kill. The 3rd tallest masked person was the first to attack. He punched from afar, and the force turned into a light ball the size of a human head, blasting towards Ling Han. Enlightening Realm. Ling Han nodded. After knowing his strength, which engravement realm cultivator would dare to fight him? He quickly dodged. The battle power of the enlightening realm was enough to kill him. With a thought, he circulated his spiritual power. Immediately, the formation bases set up in every corner of the house were activated by him. The energy of the jade seeds was extracted, and the momentum of heaven and earth was triggered. My cultivation has been reduced. Damn, how did my cultivation get reduced too? Me too. Chapter 34-54. The group of 6 from the Lu clan were all astonished. Although they had sent out 6 people, their goal was to force Ling Han to be absolutely fair. As long as this formation was removed, no matter how monstrous Ling Han's talent was, he would only be able to walk the path of death. But they were clearly more than 30 meters away from Ling Han. How could they be affected? Moreover, even if Ling Han took off absolute fairness and placed it somewhere, it could only affect one person. They had already put enough distance between them. So, they couldn't figure it out. Ling Han smiled and said, "You've all been tricked by Jin Sanin, that old bastard." Tricked? The 6 of them looked at each other in dismay, seemingly very confused. Ling Han said leisurely, "I even killed Jin Xiaohuang and Jin Xiaojian." That old bastard clearly knew, but he didn't do anything himself. Don't you understand what he's planning? What exactly did you do? The 2nd tallest masked man exclaimed. Clearly, he didn't take Ling Han's words to heart. Ling Han smiled. I felt that this absolute fairness formation had too many flaws. It could only last for a short time and cover a very limited area. So, I modified it a little. Fuck, so the area it could cover had increased? Hiss, could it be that the duration had increased as well? The 6 masked men were all shocked. If that was really the case, then their plan had gone terribly wrong. This guy was too abnormal. He was clearly only in his 20s. Why was he so talented in martial art and so strong, and yet he was also a formation master? Did he even want to let others live? However, you don't have to worry. The people I hate the most are those who plot against me. So, you guys can leave first. It won't be long before I kill that old bastard, and send him to reunite with you guys, Ling Han said. Leave. The tallest masked man made a prompt decision. He could already feel that his cultivation had been reduced to 5 bones. He probably wouldn't be a match for Ling Han. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The 6 of them immediately scattered and fled. The 7 Calabash brothers were all in high spirits. They immediately charged out and trapped the person. Ling Han walked casually. Am I too kind? That's why there are always people who want to ride on my head. Fine, I'll kill to my heart's content today. I'll let them know that trespassing on my territory requires them to pay the price in blood. Peng, he punched out, and a masked man's head exploded. Oh, father is so cruel. The scene is too violent. It will lead children astray. Pity our innocent souls. The 7 babies covered their eyes, but the gaps between their fingers were wide open as they watched with relish. These 7 children were problem children from the moment they were born. Ling Han did not accept surrender. In just 2 or 3 moves, the 6-man team was completely annihilated. In a battle of the same level, other than Hong Tianbu, who else could block his fist? Perhaps Princess Bai Xiao could, or perhaps the first prince could, but they would only be able to block a few punches. In the end, they would not be a match for him. He threw the corpses of the 6 people outside the gate as a deterrent. When he threw the corpses out, Jin Sanin, who was on a tall building hundreds of feet away, could not help but narrow his eyes. He felt a strong chill. Although the 6 people from the Liu family had become headless corpses, he clearly knew that they were all in the enlightenment state. The 6 of them had attacked, but not only had they failed to kill Ling Han, they had been completely annihilated by him in such a short time. These people from the Liu family should not be so stupid. They clearly knew that Ling Han was absolutely fair, and they had a lot of information, but they still swarmed forward. It was precisely because of this that Jin Sanin gave up on the impulse to attack. There must be something fishy about the Ling family. How could this be good? The 6-man team from the Liu family was completely annihilated. Furthermore, he had met with them before this incident. This matter could not be concealed, and the Liu family would definitely find trouble with him. How could this be? Jin Sanin felt like he was going crazy. This was a result that he had never expected, and he did not know what to do. After this night, the corpses outside the Ling family naturally caused a commotion. The imperial guards were mobilized, and they invited Ling Han out to conduct an investigation. Of course, with Ling Han's current strength and status, even the imperial guards were incomparably courteous and addressed him as a master. Ling Han spoke the truth. He was indeed only defending himself. After the imperial guards checked the corpses, they were shocked. These 6 people were all in the enlightenment state. In the past, there was only one enlightenment state cultivator in Xianbei country, and that was their saint emperor. Now, although there were many cultivators of the immortal path, the imperial capital was still very peaceful. 6 enlightenment state cultivators appearing in one go was naturally shocking. What was even more shocking was that these 6 cultivators had all been killed by Ling Han. Just how strong was this young man? When the news spread, the entire imperial capital was in an uproar. In an instant, the debate about who was stronger and who was weaker between Hong Tianbu and Ling Han started again. Previously, the 2 of them had a fair battle, and in the end, both of them were injured. It could be considered a draw, and everyone thought that their talents were comparable, and they could be called monstrous geniuses. But now that Ling Han's battle record was out, people naturally began to doubt whether Hong Tianbu was this strong. Hong Tianbu did not have any response, as if he was disdainful. Ling Han did not care at all, and he cultivated with all his might. Heaven and earth were changing, and with each passing day, the environment would change drastically, and the speed of cultivation would increase exponentially. At this time, the awesomeness of the Monkey King's cultivation method was reflected. He had also obtained a cultivation method from the Imperial Capital Academy, and compared it with the Monkey King's cultivation method. Previously, the difference between the two's cultivation speed was about 10 times, but now, it was 15 times. Moreover, the richer the heaven and earth force, the greater the difference. It turned out that a good cultivation method had to be matched with a good environment, or else it would not be able to fully display its power. At this time, a shocking piece of news came. The trials of the 9 dragons were about to begin. At first, Ling Han did not pay much attention to it, but after seeing the news from Xianyuan Dinghua, he became very interested. According to the information that circulated, the trials of the 9 dragons had existed in the previous civilization, and it had been passed down ever since. Anyone below the immortal path could enter, and after many rounds of selection, only one person could stand out and obtain great benefits. How great would the benefits be? In the previous civilization, the saints and saintesses of the large sects would purposely suppress their cultivation, and before they stepped onto the immortal path, they would enter to obtain great opportunities. Ling Han made a prompt decision. He must go, he must go. However, he was not the only one who was interested in the trials of the 9 dragons. According to reliable sources, the top-ranked princes had already made their move, and it was said that the princess of the demon clan was also preparing to depart. Most of the participants were descendants of the immortal path cultivators who occupied ancient sects and ancient mystic realms. There was no lack of geniuses among them, and they could all appear in the trials of the 9 dragons. The world's monstrous geniuses gathered. Chapter 34-55. Ling Han learned about the 9 dragons' secret realm in detail. Some information came from the hidden families, and some came from the ancient powers. After a day of preparation, he set off with the milk babies. He had dug out the foundation of the absolute fairness array. If this person left, the array would be useless here. Moreover, it would be easy for others to dig out the foundation and destroy it. After all, this array was only used to suppress one's cultivation. In fact, when he was alone, his strength wasn't affected at all. He knew that many people would be interested in his residence. Once he left, they would definitely come to check, so it was better to dig out the foundation. Ling Han kept a low profile and quietly left the city. He believed that many people wanted his life now. Even immortal path level experts would appear. Chen Fengyan's deterrence was limited to the capital. To be precise, this deterrence did not come from Chen Fengyan, but from the formation spirit of the Green Dragon Formation. Since this formation was set in the capital, how could the formation spirit leave? Therefore, Ling Han had to keep a low profile. He hurried on with his head down. From time to time, he let 6th baby run with the spirit-nurturing gourd, while the others went in to further erase their tracks. After 4 days, he arrived at the place. The 9 dragons' trial ground seemed to have appeared overnight. It was originally a plain, and then 9 mountains suddenly rose from the ground. Moreover, there was a city wall surrounding it, so one could only enter through the main gate. Ling Han was not in a hurry to enter. Who knew if someone was waiting for him at the gate? As he had expected, there were 8 people guarding the entrance. However, Ling Han let 6th baby go over to investigate and found that they were not targeting him. He also walked over. No one is allowed to enter. The people blocking the gate were very arrogant. My master said that this opportunity can only be obtained by young master, so no one is allowed to enter. That worked too? Ling Han's expression was strange. Which family were these people from? They were so arrogant. Get lost. Those people all reprimanded. Someone was not convinced and wanted to force his way in. In the end, those blocking the gate attacked together and instantly killed that person. Ling Han was surprised, because there was no lack of Enlightenment realm experts among the people blocking the door, and even the weaker ones were at the Engravement realm. This lineup could be said to be extravagant, but now they were only used to block the door. Which hidden family, or a powerful force that suddenly emerged from an ancient site? Once this prestige was established, no one dared to barge in recklessly. Although the world was recovering faster, the cultivation of the younger generation of Xianbei country was only at the blood transformation and extreme bone realms. Even the 4 marshals might not have reached the enlightening realm, so how could they overcome this obstacle? Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. To them, what was behind the door was no longer a fortuitous encounter, but the real gates of hell. Ling Han did not bat an eyelid as he wandered around, setting up array foundations one after another. His movements were very covert. He walked to a place and pretended to look around. With a throw of his hand, the base of the array was inserted deep into the ground without attracting anyone's attention. In order to reduce the possibility of being noticed, Ling Han even let the 7 milk babies enter the vitality-nourishing gourd. He did not insert it randomly. Using his eye sorcery, he observed the terrain and combined it with the power of the heavens. The positions of the array foundations were all nodes. When the last array foundation was inserted, Ling Han buried a large number of jade seeds, then slowly walked back towards the people blocking the door. Coincidentally, a few more people came at this time. One of them was a young man, followed by 4 middle-aged men, who seemed to be his followers. My master said that in this 9 dragons trial, my young master must take first place, so you don't have to go in. The people blocking the door still used the same words as before. How dare you, you even dare to block my way? The new young man was furious. Do you know who I am? No one can enter. The people blocking the door did not give way at all. The people who were blocked earlier were all interested, and they all came over to watch. The new young man snorted. My name is Lu Long. Do you know why this place is called the 9 Dragons Secret Realm? It's set up for me. Ling Han almost stumbled. This guy was really thick-skinned. How could he say that? What Lu Long or Ma Long? Scram, scram, or you'll die. The people blocking the door waved their hands, their faces full of disdain. You, stand behind me. Lu Long caught up to Ling Han and said, I'm very happy today. Seeing that you still have courage, I've decided to bring you in. Ling Han pointed at himself. Me? All he had to do was activate the enhanced version of absolute fairness, and he could instantly kill these people at the door. Did he need someone to bring him? This was kind of fun. Surprised, right? Don't doubt it. This is how I like to help others, Lu Long said very narcissistically. He really could not tell. Ling Han smiled, and said, all right, then thank you. Follow me, and I'll see who dares to stop me, Lu Long said proudly. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The 4 middle-aged men behind him immediately jumped out and blocked the way, heading towards the door. Courting death. The people blocking the door laughed coldly. Kill, kill without mercy. Immediately, the 2 sides started fighting fiercely. Lu Long's side was not weak. The 4 middle-aged men were all at the Awakening Realm, but they could not handle 6 Awakening Realm cultivators on the other side. It was 6 against 4, and the difference was obvious. Young Master, run, one of Lu Long's men shouted. The 4 of them were held up by 6 Awakening Realm cultivators, and the other 2 Engravement Realm cultivators were closing in on Lu Long and Ling Han. The situation was very dangerous. Lu Long was not weak, but his cultivation was not high. He was only at the Extreme Bone Realm, so he would definitely be defeated by an Engravement Realm cultivator. Fuck. Lu Long spat out a curse and hurriedly broke into a run as he said, Brother, I'll bring you back next time. Now, hurry up and run. You still want to run? One of the 2 Engravement Realm cultivators went to stop Lu Long, while the other stared coldly at Ling Han. Aren't you afraid? That person asked Ling Han. Ling Han shrugged. What's the point of being afraid? Hee, it's useless. The Engravement Realm cultivator shook his head. If you don't listen obediently and insist on seeking death, who can save you? He brazenly attacked, grabbing at Ling Han. Ling Han clenched his fist and retaliated. What was there to be afraid of? There was only one word, bang. The 2's forces collided, instantly creating a huge shockwave, and then the Engravement Realm cultivator was sent flying. What? Everyone's gaze followed that person's movements, their faces filled with disbelief. What was going on? Who would have thought that such a young man was actually a great expert, able to defeat an Engravement Realm cultivator with one punch? That meant that he was at least at the peak of the Engravement Realm. Hiss. Chapter 3457. Ling Han really had to dig the ground, but the rocks were extremely hard. He was no different from an ordinary person here. Sigh, he could only walk. As he walked, the mountain seemed to have no end. No matter how high Ling Han climbed, when he looked up, it was still surrounded by clouds and fog. After walking for a long time, a road sign appeared in front of him. On it was written, "Sky-reaching tree." What the hell was this? Ling Han continued to move forward with the milk babies, and soon discovered that there was an incomparably tall tree in front of them. It was indescribably thick, and there was a hole in the trunk that was big enough for a burly man to walk in easily. Do we go in from here? Ling Han touched his chin, because there was no other way to go other than this hole. Oh, what kind of tree is this? It's so tall. Second baby's neck was sore from looking up. Strange, it's not a divine tree, so how can it grow so tall? Sixth baby said. Huff, huff. Seventh baby fell asleep without warning. Ling Han picked up seventh baby and was about to enter the hole when he saw someone suddenly jump over from behind. Swoosh, 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 and there was more than one. This was a trial ground, so it was normal for people to come. However, Ling Han was worried that his hatred halo would play its role and attract more hatred. Although he was not afraid of fighting, it was actually quite boring to always fight with people for no reason. Ling Han was surprised because he saw someone he knew. Jin Sanin. He was so old, and yet he had come to the trial. Although there was no age limit for entry, as long as one was below the celestial path, an old man who was close to or over 100 years old came to compete with young people. Wasn't he ashamed? Moreover, if the representative chosen for the trial was so old, it would not be in line with the purpose of the trial. Ling Han. Jin Sanin naturally also noticed Ling Han, and his gaze sharpened. This group of people all stopped, but what surprised Ling Han was that the person in the lead was actually a young man who looked to be less than 30 years old. Although Jin Sanin was standing shoulder to shoulder with the other party, there was a faint hint of respect in his actions towards this person. The young man looked at Ling Han and smiled, "So you are Ling Han. I have heard of your name many times." Ling Han also smiled faintly, but did not reply. The young man's face couldn't help but sink as he said, "I originally intended to take you as a follower, but it looks like if I don't polish your arrogance first, you obviously won't be convinced." Sage Jun, he killed the young emperor and young sword. How can we let him off so easily? Jin Sanin hastily tried to persuade him. That young man was called Jin Junsheng, and he was the #1 genius of the Jin family. His luck was heaven-defying. Not long ago, during the upheaval of heaven and earth, he obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. Not only did his cultivation advance, he even cultivated a divine ability. Because of this, he was confirmed as the successor of the Jin family. His status was extraordinary, and even Jin Sanin had to bow his head to him. He looked at Jin Sanin unhappily and said, "Ninth Master, killing someone is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. But isn't it better to make an enemy submit to the might of my Jin family and make him work for my Jin family?" "Yes, Sage Jun, you are right." Jin Sanin lowered his head. His position in the family was inferior to the young man's, and his strength was also inferior. Therefore, he naturally could not stand up straight. Jin Junsheng once again looked at Ling Han. "You have two choices. Kneel down and submit, or I will beat you into submission and then you will submit to me." He was extremely arrogant. Ling Han was only at the extreme bone realm, while he was at the awakening realm. Furthermore, he had cultivated a divine ability. The difference in their battle strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ling Han's expression was indifferent. Of course he wasn't afraid of Jin Junsheng. If he used his absolute fairness, defeating him would only be a matter of a few moves. The problem was that the Jin family had so many people. Would 10 minutes be enough? Everyone knew that he had absolute fairness. Would they still foolishly allow him to do as he pleased? What? You want to rely on absolute fairness to make a comeback? Jin Junsheng shook his finger. Let's not talk about the fact that with my speed, it's impossible for you to pull me into the formation. Even if you can, with my battle strength, I can still abuse you like a dog. Ling Han laughed in spite of himself. Within the same realm, who could abuse him? Then let's try fighting at the same realm, he said. Jin Junsheng arrogantly said, you cultivate slowly, so why should I accommodate you? Cut the crap. My patience is limited, and time is precious. I don't have time to waste on you. Hurry up and make your decision. Ling Han rolled up his sleeves. Since you're sincerely looking for a beating, I'll help you. Stubborn fool. Jin Junsheng sneered and casually punched out, smashing towards Ling Han. Ling Han wanted to dodge, but he discovered that his body had suddenly frozen in place. Only his telekinesis was still circulating. What was going on? A screen of light suddenly appeared in front of him, and there were words written on it. Someone has challenged you. Because their realm is higher than yours, you can choose to suppress the opponent's realm. The smaller the suppression, the better the reward you will obtain. Ling Han was astonished. There was actually such a thing? This was the Origin Magnet Mountain, and the Origin Magnet Stone was one of the materials used to create the formation's foundation. Hiss, could it be that this entire mountain was a giant formation, and the formation spirit was communicating with him? You still have 10 seconds to consider. If you do not make a decision within the time limit, you will be randomly selected. Another line of words appeared on the screen. Ling Han was sure that although this screen was visible to his eyes, it was actually directly affecting his sea of consciousness. Therefore, although a long time had passed, the surrounding environment was still frozen, and the flow of time was incomparably slow. No, it shouldn't be said that the flow of time had slowed down, but rather that his consciousness was circulating at an extremely high speed. 9, 8, 7. The screen was currently counting down. Ling Han thought about it and said with his divine sense, then suppress it to the first level of inscription patterns. The moment he finished thinking, the motionless screen immediately returned to normal. Ling Han saw that Jin Junsheng's complexion had changed. Clearly, the other party had also received the notification that his cultivation had been suppressed. However, Jin Junsheng immediately regained his confident expression. Even if his engravement realm had been suppressed, he was still an entire realm higher than Ling Han. Moreover, he had also grasped a sacred art. A mere ant could be crushed to death with a single finger. He snorted, raised his right hand, and pressed it down towards Ling Han. Ling Han raised both of his fists and punched out. Peng, both parties collided. Teng, teng, teng. Both of them retreated at the same time. Ling Han was astonished. He was actually unable to gain the upper hand in this exchange. No wonder this fellow was so arrogant. It turns out that he had some strength. Jin Junsheng, on the other hand, was shocked. With the advantage of an entire realm, he was actually unable to suppress Ling Han. How was this possible? This was something that he could not accept. Moreover, he felt a sense of shame and anger from having his confidence pierced. Previously, he was full of confidence and boasted, but in the end? Chapter 34-58. You dare look down on me? Jin Junsheng angrily said. Ling Han was startled. Jin Junsheng had looked down on him. He understood that he had chosen to lower his opponent's cultivation to one vein realm, not the extremity bone realm, and not even two bones, which was the same as him. Therefore, Jin Junsheng felt that he had underestimated him. Ling Han laughed. Do you really think that if I really thought highly of you, you would still be able to receive a punch from me? Jin Junsheng's angry expression immediately crumbled, replaced with shame and anger. Indeed, he had the advantage of an entire realm, but he still hadn't been able to gain the upper hand against Ling Han. If the two of them had the same cultivation base, then how could he have been a match for a single punch from Ling Han? He had been so proud of himself, but what was the result? That damnable fellow. He cursed in a low voice, his eyes filled with an ominous light. He wanted to kill someone, to kill Ling Han. Previously, he had been high and mighty, believing that Ling Han only had an undeserved reputation. His so-called genius reputation was just flattery. But if he had subdued such a person as his subordinate, then wouldn't that show how incomparably great he was? In any case, he didn't have any deep feelings for Jin Xiaohuang and Jin Xiaojian. On the contrary, they had even fought over cultivation resources. Therefore, if the two of them died, then so be it. He didn't care at all. But now that he had been ruthlessly humiliated, it was naturally impossible for him to maintain his high and mighty attitude. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill and vent his anger. Ling Han shook his head. Who deserves to die? You? Wait until I personally kill you. The ground will be covered in fresh blood, Jin Junsheng coldly said. Ling Han shrugged. Your mouth isn't bad, but your strength is too weak. Die for me. Jin Junsheng roared and charged over. His blood qi immediately surged, forming a demonic cloud. He roared loudly, his voice like thunder. Ling Han only smiled and raised his fist to meet the attack. Pang pang pang. The two of them engaged in an intense exchange. In terms of strength, Jin Junsheng was definitely stronger. But after a few exchanges, Ling Han was able to grasp the pulse of his opponent's attacks. He didn't need to boil his blood qi to be able to fight evenly with his opponent. However, he had to throw out 40 to 50 punches at once, which consumed too much of Ling Han's secret power. He would definitely not be able to maintain such a state. However, there was a limit to how long his blood qi could boil. Jin Junsheng would soon exit this state. You really are a monster. Jin Junsheng clenched his teeth. His blood qi was boiling, but he was still unable to suppress Ling Han. He had no choice but to admit that Ling Han was a monster that he was unable to reach. I will kill you and take all your secrets, everything you have will be mine. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. You really love dreaming. You think so much with just this little bit of strength? Forget it, I'll just send you on your way. You dare to look down on me. Jin Junsheng roared angrily. He had finally used his ultimate move. Bang, a bloody mist surged out of his body and transformed into the shape of a leopard. His aura instantly rose by a large amount. Moreover, there was an additional bloodthirsty emotion that could infect others and make them go crazy. Xiao, Jin Junsheng attacked once more, his speed exploding. So fast. In just a flash, he had arrived in front of Ling Han. His palm slashed out like a sharp claw. Ling Han used the drifting wind and cloud to dodge this attack. But Jin Junsheng's speed was too fast, and Ling Han was barely able to dodge this attack. It's the lowest level of divine ability. Second baby evaluated. However, it's extremely rare to have a divine ability under the immortal path. It can crush 99% of those in the same realm. Fifth baby nodded in agreement. It's a pity that he met father, said third baby proudly. Ling Han snorted and attacked with his baleful aura. This attack seemed to ignore the distance, and Jin Junsheng was instantly hit. His movements couldn't help but become sluggish. Ling Han took this opportunity to attack. He used the demon monkey fist and punched out. An ancient demon monkey appeared and bared its fangs. It was filled with ruthlessness. Bang! With just one punch, Jin Junsheng was sent flying. However, after activating the divine ability, not only did Jin Junsheng's speed increase, but his ability to resist attacks had also increased by a large amount. This punch was only able to injure him lightly. He let out a roar and returned to attack. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. He leaped like a flickering light, not giving Ling Han a chance to catch him. Otherwise, he would be hit by another baleful aura. Ling Han shook his head. His telekinesis could cover a radius of 15 meters. As long as Jin Junsheng rushed into this area, he would definitely be caught. How could he dodge? He was truly deceiving himself. Blood leopard rush. Jin Junsheng shouted. When he waved his claws again, his hands had already turned scarlet red. A bloody light shot out, and it was like a death scythe that slashed toward Ling Han. Ling Han also roared and fearlessly met the attack, using the demon monkey fist to meet it head-on. Pang, pang, pang. He used a high frequency of attacks to disperse the bloody light. Immediately after, a baleful aura attack shot out. This was something that he had cultivated to the 7th transformation. So what if he was in the Enlightenment realm? He would still be affected. Jin Junsheng was instantly stunned. However, his cultivation was higher, and after using the divine ability, he also had a certain degree of immunity to the baleful aura attack. In less than 1/10 of a second, he had recovered. But at this time, Ling Han's fist also arrived. Jin Junsheng hastily met the attack. Pang, his entire body was instantly sent flying. You've completely infuriated me. Jin Junsheng roared. He took out a long saber from thin air and grasped it with both hands. The blade immediately shone and became incomparably resplendent. Then, he slashed at Ling Han. Magic tool. Ling Han lightly snorted. Do you think you're the only one with a magic tool? His right hand shook, and a hammer appeared. After injecting secret power into it, the veined patterns on the hammer lit up. Following that, he swung the hammer in the air. A blazing white lightning struck toward Jin Junsheng. This wasn't true lightning, but its speed was astonishingly fast. With a paw, it struck the edge of the saber. Jin Junsheng was once again sent flying. He heavily landed on the ground, and his body emitted an intense charred smell. His face was ashen. It was filled with disbelief and disbelief. He couldn't beat Jin Junsheng with his boiling blood chi, he couldn't beat Jin Junsheng with his divine ability, and he couldn't even take out his magic tool. He was starting to doubt his life. How could there be someone so strong that he was still in such despair even though he had lost an entire realm? Attack together! Jin Sanin roared. He hurriedly charged forward with the remaining Jin clan members. Jin Junsheng was the future hope of the Jin clan. He definitely couldn't die here. 6 people have joined the battle and are attacking you. Time froze once again. Ling Han once again saw the light screen in his sea of consciousness. There were words appearing, and there seemed to be some kind of pulse that transcended words and language. It allowed him to understand the meaning of the words. You can choose to isolate these 6 people, or you can choose to have a few people join the battle. Because these 6 people's realms are above yours, you can also choose to suppress their cultivation. The more people that join the battle, the lower the cultivation suppression, and the more rewards you will obtain after you win. Chapter 34:59. Ling Han said confidently, all 6 of you, suppress your cultivation to the 5th level of inscription patterns. Even if an ordinary engravement realm cultivator stood on the 5th step, he could still sweep them away. Speaking of which, he actually thought quite highly of Jin Junsheng, suppressing his opponent's cultivation to 1 vein. Ling Han rushed out, and like a raging bull, he charged around wildly. The power of his fist was too frightening. When he punched out, it was as if a huge mountain was crushing down. Even if Jin Sanin and the others were all at the level of 5 veins, it was still not enough, especially when Ling Han had grasped the pulse of each of their attacks. Once he attacked with that frequency, who could stand a chance against him? How can this kid be so strong? Monstrous beyond description. He's only 2 bone. The Jin clan members were all shocked. 7 engravement realm cultivators against a paramount bone realm cultivator, and a mere 2 bone cultivator at that. Not only were they unable to suppress this small fry, but they were also beaten to the point where they could only cry out bitterly. What paramount bone realm? How could it be so strong? Even in the previous civilization, did those saint sons and saintesses have such strength? The Jin clan was a remnant clan and knew some information about the ancient era. That era was the golden age of martial art, and there were many talented saint sons and saintesses. But which one of them could reach Ling Han's height? I'll deal with you all. Ling Han no longer showed mercy. His baleful aura surged out as he circulated the demon monkey fist. Bang! Bang! One after another, their heads exploded. With the impact of the murderous aura and the addition of the beastly monkey fist, Ling Han's battle prowess was definitely unparalleled. Only Jin Junsheng could barely stand against him. The rest were mediocre, and even those with 5 veins were completely insufficient. In just a few punches, only Jin Junsheng and Jin Sanin were still alive. Ling Han looked at Jin Sanin and said, "Old man, you're really sinister. You don't dare to kill me yourself, but you incite the Lu clan to die." "Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill you," Jin Sanin said hatefully. "I promised the Lu clan that I would send you to reunite with them as soon as possible. Looks like today is the time." Ling Han charged over and punched out. Under the impact of the baleful aura, Jin Sanin immediately fell into a daze. This was not a divine ability, but its power seemed to surpass all divine abilities. Ling Han punched out, and Jin Sanin barely managed to raise his hand to block it, but he still couldn't avoid the fate of being killed. Only Jin Junsheng was left. How is this possible? How is this possible? Jin Junsheng's voice trembled. He was a genius of the Jin clan and his life had always been smooth sailing. But now that he had suddenly fallen into such a desperate situation, his will was on the verge of collapsing. Ling Han showed no mercy and added another punch. Jin Junsheng followed in the footsteps of the other Jin family members. The light screen reappeared, and Ling Han saw a new message in his sea of consciousness. "You've won. This is your reward." Wang, a ray of light descended from the sky and entered Ling Han's body. Life energy surged, and Ling Han's cultivation base began to stir, as if a shackle was being torn apart. This is very similar to the energy bestowed upon me by the Green Dragon Array Spirit. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to coordinate with this energy to increase his vitality. Pa, pa, pa. The shackles within his body were being torn apart, emitting thunderous sounds. Ling Han couldn't help but let out a groan. The increase in vitality in the extreme bone realm was truly too painful. This was because bone fragments were constantly falling off, and this process brought him immense pain. It was truly painful. Ling Han clenched his teeth and persevered. If he couldn't persevere, the increase in vitality would stop. They were both at the 3-bone realm, but one had torn 3 shackles, while the other had torn 10 shackles. Could their battle prowess be compared? He wanted to become the strongest. He didn't want to be like Jin Junsheng or Jin Sanin, being defeated or even killed. If he wanted to be the strongest. Another shackle was torn apart. Ling Han was both in pain and happiness. On one hand, he hoped that this pain would end as soon as possible. On the other hand, he hoped that the process of ascension could continue forever. However, after more than half an hour, the great leap in life level finally slowed down and stopped. 3-bone realm. Ling Han revealed a smile. Although he was already very close to the 3-bone realm, if he were to rely on his own cultivation, he would still need a month or so. Furthermore, he would need the treasure fruit of life, unlike this ray of light that could automatically replenish his life force. Congratulations, Father. You've taken another step forward. Seventh baby was the first to speak. The remaining milk babies also congratulated him. Third baby even said, although we are born with a very high vitality, and as long as we grow normally, our realms will naturally increase. However, there are also benefits to growing step by step. Second baby nodded and continued, we are born perfect, but it's possible for someone like Father to break through the limits and achieve limitless possibilities. Although it's basically all kinds of powerful innate divine bodies that dominate the universe, there are also mortals who have attained the Tao. Furthermore, if mortals can charge to the highest peak, their battle prowess will definitely be incomparably terrifying. Even innate divine bodies will pale in comparison. Ling Han nodded. He had reached the 7 changes when he was at the blood transformation realm. Normally speaking, innate divine bodies should be equivalent to the 6 changes. The 7 changes was really too special. Walking step by step, although it was harder and longer than innate divine bodies, could create limitless possibilities. However, wasn't it too easy to improve one's cultivation here? All he needed to do was fight a few times. Ling Han couldn't help but look forward to when someone would come to challenge him and make him advance a few more levels. It would be best if he was already in the secret realm by the time he got out. He searched the corpses of Jin Junsheng and the others. He found a few spatial artifacts, but there was nothing of shocking value in them. Even Jin Junsheng's saber was only at the enlightenment realm. Ling Han led the milk babies into the tree hole. It was abnormally spacious inside. It didn't seem like the interior of a tree at all, but more like another world. However, although this place seemed strange, nothing out of the ordinary happened. The group walked calmly for more than an hour and kept going upwards. A light appeared in front of them, and they saw the exit. Outside the exit was actually a lake. The waves were rippling, and the lake water was abnormally clear. However, they couldn't see the bottom at all. At most, they could only see about 50 feet underwater. Ling Han used his eye sorcery, but he could only go down about 30 feet. He still couldn't see the bottom. Second baby also looked and then shook his head at Ling Han. Dad, I can't see the bottom either. Even second baby's eyesight couldn't see the bottom. This lake was obviously not ordinary deep. There were many people around the lake, but no one went down. It was unknown whether they were waiting for something or observing something. It's about to start, someone suddenly shouted. The sound of water could be heard. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake, spinning rapidly. The center of the whirlpool was dark and extremely deep, as if it could reach the bottom of the lake. At this moment, the lake water suddenly changed and froze in an instant. Chapter 3461. When Ling Han jumped into the ice lake, a figure walked out of the tree hole and glanced at everyone with a cold gaze. This person's gaze seemed to be solid. Anyone who was looked at by him would feel as if their blood was frozen, and they would not even be able to walk. Their skin would also feel waves of pain. The people nearby suddenly turned around and looked at that person. This was a young man around 23 or 24 years old. He wore a spotless white robe and was filled with an elegant temperament. Yo, where did this pretty boy come from? He's pretty handsome, someone immediately teased. This was a wretched middle-aged man who had a sexual orientation problem. He stared at the white-clothed young man's face with a disgusting expression. Fuck, shut your fucking mouth. This guy is Tong Miao. Someone recognized the white-robed youth and immediately shouted at the vulgar middle-aged man. He's just a pretty boy. What's there to be surprised about? The wretched middle-aged man didn't take it to heart at all. At this time, Tong Miao also walked toward him. Pretty boy, what do you want to do? Are you not convinced? Hee, be careful or I'll screw you until you're deflated. The vulgar middle-aged man laughed without any misgivings. Lunatic, you're courting death. The people around him hurriedly made way for him. Only then did the wretched middle-aged man realize that he might have provoked an extremely powerful existence, but he still didn't take it to heart, because he was an existence of the enlightening state. In the prison, he was nothing, but outside, he was already a very powerful existence. The gigolo looked to be only 23 or 24 years old. How could he be stronger than him? Shua, a sword light streaked past. The wretched middle-aged man revealed a startled expression, but in the next moment, his entire body was split into two halves. He slid down to the left and right, and blood flowed all over the ground. Hiss, he's dead. The surrounding people were all shocked. No one saw how Tong Miao swung her sword, but the perverted man was dead. That man was at the enlightening state, and he was still alive after harassing so many people. One could imagine how strong he was. Just who in the world was this Tong Miao? He was way too ferocious, wasn't he? He's the third son of the Hengtian sect leader. Someone revealed Tong Miao's background. Hiss, the Hengtian sect. Many people cried out in surprise. That's a lunatic sect full of bloodthirsty perverts. Shu, lower your voice. Tong Miao sheathed his sword, but just as he put it away, he took it out again. He stared at the blade and saw a drop of blood on it. Filthy blood. He muttered in a low voice. When he raised his head again, his eyes had already become blood-red and were emitting an intense killing intent. Xiao, he charged out, and with a sweep of his sword, a person's head was chopped off. The sword was light and agile, and it was not suitable for slashing. However, the sword was too sharp, and Tong Miao was too strong. With a single slash, the head flew into the air and blood spurted out. He didn't even spare them another glance. His figure moved about and unleashed a great slaughter. Heads flew into the air one after another, and there was actually not a single person who was a match for him. Everyone resisted for a while, but even with so many of them working together, it was useless. He killed them one by one with a single swing of his sword. Thus, everyone's fighting spirit soon crumbled, and they all fled. However, Tong Miao only knew how to slaughter. He didn't care if others provoked him at all. He just waved his sword and killed. As blood splattered everywhere, his white robe was gradually dyed red, but he didn't care at all. There was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, and it was incredibly terrifying. He was truly a pervert, a lunatic, a demon. In less than 10 minutes, almost everyone here had been slaughtered by him. Because there was no path ahead, they could only retreat to the tree hole, which resulted in only a few survivors of this massacre. There was only one person left here. Tong Miao stood alone with his sword. He closed his eyes and deeply breathed in the air that was filled with blood. An expression of enjoyment appeared on his face, as if he was addicted. Pa, pa, pa. There was the sound of light footsteps. Tong Miao immediately opened his eyes and looked towards the exit of the tree hole. His killing intent was boiling, and his emotions were extremely fanatical. Very soon, a figure walked out. He was tall and slender, and had a handsome face. It was as if he had a radiance about him, causing others to feel as if they didn't dare to look at him directly. Tong Miao's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and his grip on his sword tightened even more. The handsome man's gaze swept over, and he couldn't help but sigh. So miserable. Tong Miao directly charged over. Shua, his sword swept out, and it was as if the entire world would be sliced in half by his sword. The handsome man, however, was not afraid at all. His right hand shook, and a spear appeared. Clang, it blocked the sword. A wave of energy rippled out, and the two of them simultaneously shook, revealing expressions of shock. They hadn't received any notification in their minds, which meant that the other party's cultivation shouldn't be weaker than theirs. Who are you to actually be able to block my sword? Tong Miao asked. The handsome man laughed. Only if you can block another 10 of my spear attacks will you be qualified to know my name. Tong Miao snorted and once again brandished his sword. Ding, ding, ding. The two of them continuously clashed, and in an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Ha ha ha, I am Dong Qi. The handsome man finally said his name. Tong Miao stuck out his tongue and licked the edge of his sword. He said, "So you are the madman Dong Qi. Ha, you are the 7th person to die under my sword, and I even remember your name." Shameless boasting. Dong Qi raised his spear and stabbed forward. The two of them fought fiercely once more, and both of them used their full strength. Fight, fight, fight. The two of them fought fiercely. Only one person could stand out from the rest of the peak, and so powerful existences like them would have to fight sooner or later. They might as well get rid of their competitors now. But suddenly, the two of them stopped fighting at the same time and separated by about 30 meters. Then, they both looked in the direction of the tree hole. In just a moment, they saw a slender figure walk out of the tree hole. It was a young woman with a slender and sexy figure. Her waist was slender, and her 2 long legs could reach the waist of an average person. Her appearance didn't disappoint her good figure. Her facial features were exquisite, and she had a pair of purple eyes that were intelligent and enchanting. The woman glanced at Dong Qi and Tong Miao and smiled sweetly. "The two of you really like to fight. You're already fighting so passionately here. Xian Rue." Dong Qi's eyes narrowed. "Oh. I didn't expect someone to recognize me," the woman said in surprise. Dong Qi chuckled. "Who doesn't know that Fairy Xian is the disciple of the Primeval Lord? The Primeval Lord is a peerless expert in the prison. It's just that he's temporarily unable to leave." Xian Rue pursed her lips and smiled. "In that case, can the two of you let me go to another peak?" "Sorry, that's not possible," Tong Miao immediately said coldly. Dong Qi laughed. "Fairy Xian really knows how to joke. You can only choose one peak for the fledgling dragon trial. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for the next one. Who knows how many decades or even centuries it will be. You're already dead, so what's the point of talking about opportunities?" Xian Rue shook her head, and a silver whip appeared in each of her hands. The battle resumed. Chapter 3462. Ling Han did not know that there were 3 talented young people fighting fiercely on the shore of the lake. He observed the passage with great interest. There must be an amazing formation here, and he was very interested in formations now. He wanted to study it. If he broke the formation directly, would he take all the benefits? Ling Han thought greedily. There was no other way. Look at the current top geniuses: Hong Tian Step, Enlightenment Realm, Demon Princess, Secret Realm, and the younger generation that came out of each secret realm were at least at the Enlightenment Realm. In comparison, he was only 3 bones, and the gap was too big. No matter how monstrous he was, no matter how much he could fight above his level, it was impossible for him to surpass so many realms. He wasn't in a hurry. Although they were fighting to be the first to reach the top, once the trial ground was opened, there would be an endless stream of people entering. If they were the first to arrive, wouldn't that be unfair to those who came later? Therefore, it would not be so easy to reach the top. The tunnel at the bottom of the lake was very long, and he could see tree roots piercing in. He had to be very careful when walking, or he would bump into them. There were actually sharp thorns on the tree roots. This was poisonous. Although it was not fatal, it could easily pierce the skin if touched. It was extremely painful, and it would make the body weak, and his strength would decrease greatly. Ling Han only suffered once. Fortunately, he circulated the Monkey King's cultivation technique, and after a short while, he managed to suppress the poison. A day passed, and the poison was almost completely eliminated. After a day, he also saw some results. There is a hidden passage here. Through Ling Han's exploration of the formation, coupled with the observation of his eye technique, he discovered a hidden entrance in the passageway, and behind the entrance was another long passageway. He thought about it, walked in, and then hid the entrance. Would this lead straight to the top? Ling Han thought as he moved forward. He was not fast. He had already suffered a loss, and he did not want to suffer again. The passage was very long, but there was an end. After walking for more than an hour, the front suddenly opened up, and a huge square appeared, but it was dark above, and he should still be in the mountain. It was dark here, but Ling Han could still see things within a range of 10 feet after opening it. It was not to say that he could see everything, but it was not difficult for him to see things. In this place, second baby's vision was also greatly limited, but he could still see 60 meters away, which was much better than Ling Han's. This plaza was very large, and it was completely empty, causing Ling Han to be greatly disappointed. Second baby looked up, as if he had discovered something. Ling Han, however, could not see anything, but after advancing a little further, he finally discovered that there was actually a gigantic stone statue in front of him. This stone statue was extremely tall, at least 300 meters tall. Although Ling Han couldn't see the top, he couldn't even see the knees of the stone statue at the end of the 30 meters. Based on this, the height of this stone statue was at least 300 meters. In such a mystic realm, a secret passage was opened, and a huge square was built just for a statue. Ling Han walked around the stone statue and did not find any offerings, which made him very disappointed. Forget it, let's continue forward. They passed through the stone statue and came to the end of the square, where the terrain in front changed suddenly. The previous square was paved with unknown stones, as smooth as white jade, and had a transparent texture. But in front of them was a grassland, full of withered yellow grass. Logically speaking, there was no light here, and it was impossible for vegetation to grow here. The withered grass might have existed for a long time, but it was strange that it had not decayed after so many years. Ling Han stepped on it and suddenly felt soft under his feet. The bottom was mud, so it collapsed with one step. The surface of the mud was broken, and there was a pungent smell. Ugh! The 7 children covered their noses at the same time. Dad, it stinks. Let's go back. It's so smelly. I'm going to fall over. Disgusting. Ling Han also felt disgusted, but his curiosity had been aroused. How could he go back just like that? He thought for a moment and said, "You guys wait here, I'll go take a look." Although the Calabash brothers were somewhat unwilling, they could not resist the stench. After looking at each other, they nodded. Ling Han took out a piece of cloth to cover his nose, and then slowly walked forward step by step. He did not dare to use his body movement technique. Otherwise, if he moved too fast, the sound waves would shake the place into a mess. At that time, he might really die from the stench. Even so, the stench was enough to choke him. Even with the cloth covering his nose, he still had to dig in. After walking for a while, Ling Han suddenly realized that he seemed to be stepping on something hard. He lowered his head and used his ocular technique to take a look. He could not help but be shocked. What he is stepping on is actually a skull. Hiss! Ling Han's heart skipped a beat. When he looked at the mud again, he could not help but reveal a shocked expression. It was blood mud. He walked forward again and soon stepped on another bone. This time, it was a thigh bone. As he walked forward, there were even more bones. The first few were still intact, but the next few were different. Many of them were broken, and he could see the broken corpses. The number was shocking. According to the density, there were at least a few hundred corpses in the area that Ling Han had explored. Had there been a massacre here? Blood flowed like a river, turning this grassland into a land of blood mud. Ling Han stopped. Should he continue walking forward? There were corpses everywhere. What was there to see? After thinking about it, Ling Han decided to walk to the end. What was the situation here? After walking for a while, he was surprised to find that the ground was actually slowly drying up. When he looked again, he could see corpses lying on the ground. Unlike the corpses from before, which had all decomposed into bones, the corpses here seemed to have died not long ago. The clothes on their bodies were also not rotten. Ling Han squatted down and looked at these corpses. There were obvious wounds on these corpses, all of which were fatal. Some had their hearts blown out, some had their necks cut off, and many corpses had their hands and feet broken. It could be seen that the battle at that time was fierce. Judging from the clothes, this was very different from the style of Xianbei country. They were all wearing simple clothes, combat suits, robes, or Taoist robes. Ling Han's heart moved. Were these the warriors of the previous civilization? The previous civilization suddenly disappeared. Jin Sanin said that there was a great catastrophe that led to the collapse of the previous civilization overnight. However, Ling Han had been to some historical sites. Obviously, there was no massacre there. It seemed that they had evacuated on their own, which was different from what Jin Sanin said. Now it seemed that both of them were right. The previous civilization did suffer a massacre, but there were still some survivors who escaped from heavenly starfish. Reading on the mobile phone is more refreshing. Chapter 3463. Ling Han continued to walk forward. Since he had come this far, he certainly couldn't give up halfway. He wanted to know who the executioner of the previous civilization was. Moreover, what the hell were the cultivators of the celestial path that emerged from the mystery realms? Were they the survivors of the previous civilization? He was a curious person. The further he went, the fresher the corpse was, and he could still see the gurgling blood flowing. If this was a victim of the previous civilization, then at least 2,000 years had passed. Why hadn't the blood been drained? Was it a peerless cultivator? Ling Han tried to go closer, but his face immediately changed. His skin was stinging as if he was being cut by a knife. Even breathing was difficult, and he felt uncomfortable. If he took another step forward, he might just explode. Hiss, this person was already dead, but how could he still have such terrifying power? What kind of height did these people reach when they were alive? Huh! He saw a corpse. It was clearly humanoid, but it had a furry face, a protruding mouth, and monkey cheeks. It really looked like a monkey. Monkey Man. He thought of Monkey King, and an incredible idea suddenly jumped out. Could Monkey King also be a cultivator of the previous civilization? When he first came to Heavenly Sea Star, the lifespan of mortals was only about 100 years. Even if they were successful in cultivation, their lifespan would not be more than 1,000 years. Therefore, he didn't associate Monkey King with the previous civilization at all. But now that he thought about it, Monkey King could be crushed by a mountain and not die. What kind of power was that? Could it be done in the mystery realms? Probably not, it must be a cultivator of the celestial path. Then Monkey King should be from the previous civilization, so it should be possible. Besides, there were many cultivators appearing in various mystery realms, and they seemed to be inextricably linked to the previous civilization, which further proved this point. Thinking of Monkey King, Ling Han couldn't help but think. He took out a piece of clothing and put it on the monkey man's body, covering its head. He felt a chill in his heart. Since the previous civilization had a massacre, would such a scene happen again? Sigh, why did he always encounter such things? In the lower realm, the 5 sects used all the creatures on the continent as materials to refine pills. They would refine pills once every 10,000 years, slaughtering billions of creatures. This place seemed to be extremely dangerous. No, He had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, what could he use to protect himself if chaos came again? If he died, then all the living beings in the billions of planes in his body would die with him. Ling Han listened attentively. Although it was too dark to see clearly, his hearing was not affected. He heard a commotion. Something was rapidly approaching, but it was 100 feet away. Otherwise, he would have been able to see it. The question was, since he couldn't see the other party, how did the other party discover him? His vision is far superior to his own. One had to know that he could only see up to a distance of 30 meters after activating his eye sorcery. Just how powerful was this unknown existence? Ling Han was prepared. He could activate absolute fairness at any time. Finally, his eyes caught sight of a black shadow. He was shocked, because this was not a person, but a spider. However, this spider's body was huge, comparable to a calf. Otherwise, it wouldn't be described as head. The spider's entire body was pitch black, and its 8 legs were like spears. It dashed forward at an astonishing speed. On the contrary, Ling Han relaxed. Because he could clearly see that there were 4 inscription patterns glowing inside the spider's body. A 4-mark demonic beast, there was nothing to be afraid of. But why was a 4-mark demonic beast able to discover his existence from so far away? Firstly, spiders might have an astonishing sense of hearing or smell. Secondly, this place might be covered with spider silk, and he unknowingly touched it, thus alerting this huge spider. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Still separated by a distance of 7 to 8 feet, the huge spider began to spit out spider silk, entangling Ling Han. This spider possessed a powerful stickiness. If he really came into contact with it, Ling Han would be tightly entangled, greatly affecting his mobility. Ling Han dodged, and then retaliated with a punch. The strength of the punch materialized, and a glowing fist the size of an iron wok smashed towards the black spider. This fist was even wrapped with a high-level metal attribute energy, increasing its destructive power. Pang! The fist landed on the spider silk. He didn't expect this spider silk to be so tough, and was actually unable to penetrate it. However, after being blocked like this, the momentum of the spider silk was completely exhausted, and it instantly fell to the ground, and was retrieved by the huge spider. Ling Han was slightly shocked. Although this punch wasn't his full strength, it was still enough to suppress the majority of engravement realm cultivators. He didn't expect it to actually be unable to suppress this huge spider. It was quite powerful. The huge spider randomly spat out spider silk. Xiao, 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 this place was covered with white spider silk, as if it was entangled with numerous silk ribbons. With an astonishing speed, it weaved into a huge net. With another jump, it was already on the spider web, and it rushed towards Ling Han. On the spider web, its speed was even faster. Very soon, it arrived in front of Ling Han, and one of its long legs pierced towards Ling Han, like a cold iron spear. Ling Han's arrogance rose, and he raised his fist to meet the attack. High-level metal attribute energy entangled his fist. He wanted to see whose fist was harder. Pang! The fist and the spider's leg collided, forming a huge shock wave that shook the entire spider web. Ling Han laughed loudly, and his battle intent blazed. His fists continuously punched out, and he madly punched out. The huge spider was also very tyrannical, and it didn't back down in the slightest as it clashed head-on with Ling Han. After a series of hundreds of attacks, Ling Han and the huge spider stopped at the same time. Fresh blood dripped from Ling Han's fist, and the huge spider wasn't much better off. Its entire spider leg was somewhat deformed. Luckily, it had a total of 8 legs, and it was enough for it to continue fighting. You have some strength. Ling Han's battle intent surged, and he pounced forward. Again. He used the demon monkey fist, and as he punched out, an ancient demon monkey appeared, emitting a boundless evil aura. His attainments in the demon monkey fist were becoming more and more profound. The huge spider met the attack head-on, but the demon monkey fist unleashed 50 stacks of power, and the frequency of the attacks was extremely powerful. The huge spider was instantly suppressed, and it was forced to retreat repeatedly. Even the spider web couldn't withstand the tyrannical power of Ling Han's punches, and it was broken one by one. However, neither Ling Han nor the huge spider noticed that the monkey man corpse whose head was covered by Ling Han suddenly opened its eyes. Within its deathly white eyes, there was a glossy green light flickering. Ling Han shouted, and his battle prowess grew stronger and stronger. After a few more punches, the huge spider's 2 legs were broken. The huge spider finally didn't dare to continue fighting, and it hurriedly used its remaining 6 legs to flee. After paying the price of 3 more punches from Ling Han, it finally succeeded in escaping. Ling Han didn't chase after it. This place was too dark, and if he ran around randomly, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to find his way back. It was more refreshing to read on his phone. Chapter 3465. There was a monkey following him. Although he had been dead for many years, his strength was still above the immortal path. He could be said to be a strong bodyguard. Ling Han thought about it and decided to continue forward. He walked in front while the monkey followed. The darkness was boundless and seemed to have no end. After walking for a long time, Ling Han felt his vision blur and a person blocked his way. To be exact, it was a corpse. Monkey. Weren't you in a trance and only knew to follow me? Why did you suddenly block my way? Ling Han wanted to circle around, but the monkey man continued to move, always blocking his path. What was the meaning of this? Obviously, an immortal expert, even if he was already dead, was not someone Ling Han could fight against. The monkey blocked his way and Ling Han couldn't go past. Could it be that the path ahead was very dangerous? This monkey didn't have any enmity towards him. Now that he suddenly blocked his way, maybe there was great danger ahead. That was why he stopped him. Alright, Ling Han nodded and walked back. As expected, the monkey man didn't stop him again, and just like before, followed behind him unsteadily, as if he was a walking corpse. He was a walking corpse. Ling Han felt that his heart was very big. He was followed by a dead monkey, but he still had the mood to care about such details. They walked, and very soon, they returned to the public square. Daddy! The 7 milk babies pointed at him. I know. Ling Han nodded. A person with a big hole in his chest was following behind him. Anyone who saw that would be scared. Don't be nervous, this brother saved me. He explained. The 7 Calabash brothers all nodded and immediately looked at the dead monkey in a different light. Second baby stared at the monkey for a while and said, "This guy once stood on the 3rd step of the immortal path. TSK. He even cultivated a silver core. Unfortunately, he exploded. How strange, he has been dead for so many years, why can he still move? Could it be that his lingering spirit is so strong? The 3rd step of the immortal path. No wonder he still had the battle power of the immortal path even after death." Ling Han scratched his head. Could it be that he had to bring this monkey man corpse out with his heart pierced through? But with a corpse at the immortal path level following him, Ling Han couldn't possibly chase it away. Sigh, if you want to follow, then follow. Who asked you to be so awesome? Ling Han and the 7 milk babies walked in front, while the monkey man followed them unsteadily. When they arrived at the stone statue area in the center of the square, they saw that the front suddenly lit up. The huge stone statue seemed to come alive, emitting a golden glow. The light dispelled the darkness and made the huge stone statue stand out completely. It was roughly 1,500 zhang tall. This was the image of a middle-aged man with an awe-inspiring divine might. This was especially the case for his eyes. Even though they were carved out of stone, they were bright and full of expression. There was an indescribable divine might to them. There is a boundary between life and death that cannot be crossed. A resounding voice rang out, causing Ling Han's ears to feel like they were about to explode. The stone statue emitted a golden glow, instantly illuminating the entire square. The monkey man immediately revealed a fearful expression and continuously retreated until he exited the square and entered the still dark area. When the monkey man completely exited the square, the light emitted by the stone statue also dimmed, returning to its original appearance. Could it be that this stone statue specialized in suppressing evil? This place was very strange. There were corpses everywhere, but the dead could still stand up. However, there was a stone statue suppressing them, preventing them from entering the realm of the living. Ling Han couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. Was there really a place like the netherworld after death? Otherwise, what kind of place was this, and what was the significance of this stone statue? Thinking about this, Ling Han turned and left. If he had the chance, he wanted to return to Ocean Sea Mountain and ask Monkey Bro about it. He hadn't seen him in a long time, and he didn't know if Monkey Bro had escaped yet. Ling Han returned to the end of the secret passage and left. After covering up his tracks, he continued to walk along the tunnel at the bottom of the lake. After carefully walking for a long time, he finally reached the end of the tunnel. The 8 of them walked out and saw a huge stone wall in front of them. There was a huge picture carved on it. However, there were at least 100 corpses lying below the stone wall. Some had been decapitated, while others had been chopped in half. It could be seen that the culprit was extremely cruel. Ling Han's gaze swept across the area. There were 3 living people here, 2 men and 1 woman. They all had their backs to him and were looking up at the stone wall, as if they were comprehending some kind of peerless martial art. Hearing the commotion of Ling Han's group, the white-robed man among the 3 stood up and turned around. He looked familiar. Ling Han was startled at first, but then he immediately recalled that this was the person he had seen when he had jumped into the ice cave in the lake. Because this person had just walked out of the tree hole, he had only glanced at him briefly. More people have come to die. Tong Miao revealed a bloodthirsty smile and walked towards Ling Han. Ling Han frowned and said, "You killed all the people here." "That's right, and you're about to become their companion," Tong Miao said. Whenever he saw blood, his killing intent would surge endlessly. If it weren't for the fact that Dong Qi and Xian Rui's strength wasn't any weaker than him, they wouldn't have been able to sit here so peacefully. Ling Han focused his gaze and saw that Tong Miao had 6 inscription patterns in his body. There were also dozens of light dots around him. This was clearly an awakening realm cultivator who had broken through with 6 bones. If he could reach 6 bones in the extremity realm, then he must have also reached 6 changes in the blood transformation realm. The higher the realm, the harder it was to break through. But Ling Han wasn't afraid. Even if the trial didn't suppress Tong Miao's cultivation, he would still be absolutely fair. Ling Han smiled slightly. "I don't believe you." "So what if you don't believe me?" "I don't care." Tong Miao charged over and slashed with his sword. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Ling Han once again saw the screen in his consciousness, asking him if he wanted to lower his opponent's cultivation. "Lower it to 6 bones," said Ling Han through his consciousness. Tong Miao's cultivation immediately dropped. Tong Miao was surprised. He stopped in his tracks and said, "So you're only at the extreme bone stage?" "Huh, you're just at the extreme bone stage and you still dare to dream of becoming a dragon whelp. Let me cut you in half with my sword and end your fantasies." He attacked again. Even if his cultivation was suppressed to 6 bones, he still thought he could easily kill Ling Han. Ling Han clenched his fist, wrapped it with high-level energy, and punched out. Bang! The fist smashed into the sword, and an intense light flashed. But neither the sword or the fist was able to suppress the other. They were in a deadlock. Ling Han nodded. This Tong Miao was similar to Hong Tianbu. They had both cultivated each realm to the extreme. But when he had fought against Hong Tianbu in his one-vein state, he had used all his methods and only ended up with both sides suffering. That was why he had decided to suppress Tong Miao's cultivation to 6 bones. It was the right choice to be safe. Chapter 34-66. You really do have some strength. Tong Miao was surprised. He believed that Ling Han's cultivation base was at the 6-bone realm, which was why he had pulled his cultivation base down to the 6-bone realm so that they could have a fair battle. He was confident that he was invincible among those of the same cultivation level, but now that he was unable to gain the upper hand in a single strike, he was somewhat shocked. Other than Dong Qi and Xian Ruyue, there was actually another genius who was not weaker than him. "Where are you from?" he asked. "Ling Han of Xianbei country," Ling Han said lightly. Tong Miao was even more surprised. In this world of martial art, which could only be said to be primitive, there was actually such a genius. The two prides of the imperial capital, Hong Tianbu and Ling Han. "So you're Ling Han?" Xian Ruyue had long since stood up to watch the battle. When she heard Hong Tianbu's words, she couldn't help but let out an "oh," revealing an expression of understanding. Tong Miao was at a loss. What Hong Tian steps, Ling Han, what the hell were all these? Forget it, there's no need to care about it. In any case, they'll just die under my sword. Die. He waved his sword and slashed down. Even though their strength was equal, it did not mean that their battle prowess was equal as well. This was a completely different concept. Martial skills, experience, and adaptability on the spot would determine the balance of victory and defeat. A sword slashed down, and with a chi sound, raging flames burned on the blade of the sword as it slashed down towards Ling Han. The sword had yet to arrive, but an incomparably scorching heatwave had already assaulted him, causing Ling Han to feel as if the hair on his skin was about to be scorched. Scorch marks appeared on the corners of his clothes, with light smoke rising from them. Did he want her to run away naked? Ling Han was enraged. Peng, he activated his stone energy, forming a barrier in front of him. Then, with a light whistle, he charged toward Tong Miao. Bang bang bang, iron fists bombarded the longsword unceasingly, only to see tongues of flame spitting out randomly, high-level energy colliding, flashing dazzling sparks. Xian Ruyue and Dong Qi were watching the battle. They exchanged glances at the same time and revealed a trace of fear. This uncivilized person was really strong. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to easily kill Ling Han with their extremely high cultivation levels. But in this training ground, the battles would be relatively fair, and a higher realm would not have much of an advantage. Only one person could walk out from each peak. In other words, they were all competitors, and there was no room for compromise. Only one person could stand out. Therefore, the fact that Ling Han was so powerful also alerted them. It turned out that there was a third strong competitor. They watched the battle seriously, trying to capture the flaws of Ling Han and Tong Miao. Everyone had their flaws. Some of them had imperfect techniques, and some of them made mistakes during cultivation. It was the same for Ling Han and Tong Miao. They were both looking for the opponent's weak points to deal a fatal blow. However, their strengths were extremely close, and their flaws were pitifully few. Even if they were exposed, they would disappear in a flash. It was extremely difficult to capture and react in such a fast-paced battle. Only by fighting for a long time and familiarizing themselves with each other's moves, would they be able to take advantage of each other's flaws and decide the victor in an instant. Ha ha ha, how delightful, how delightful. Tong Miao laughed. Although your realm isn't high, your combat strength isn't weak at all. You are qualified to be the one I kill and remember. Was this considered glory? Ling Han chuckled. You're bragging to the heavens. You'll know very soon whether I'm bragging or not. Tong Miao did not get angry. He only revealed a cold smile and stretched his left hand to his right. Somehow, he was holding a sharp sword in each hand. They could be separated? Only with 2 swords can I unleash my combat strength. Tong Miao stuck out his tongue and licked the sword. His face was full of bloodthirsty madness. Pervert. Crazy. Too ugly. The milk baby said, but their eyes were bright. Ling Han shook his head. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, what if I let you lead the children astray? Talkative, Tong Miao charged over, his 2 swords dancing together. A strange scene appeared. The sword in his right hand was still wrapped in flames, but the sword in his left hand was covered in frost. They were clearly 2 diametrically opposed energies, but he had perfectly fused them together, and they did not clash with each other. One cold and one hot, the power was very shocking. Ling Han only felt that half of his body was boiling hot, while the other half was cold. This greatly affected his blood flow, causing the circulation of his secret power to become a little sluggish. It was an ultimate move. Ling Han snorted and circulated the demon monkey fist. Immediately, a ruthless aura circulated in Ling Han's body, causing him to feel as though he had transformed into an ancient demon monkey. He was lawless and could shatter the heavens and cut the earth. Immediately, the effect of the cold and hot attacks on him was greatly reduced. Ling Han moved forward and launched a counterattack against Tong Miao. Tong Miao could not help but be surprised. When he used both swords, it had always been successful. Even when he was fighting against Dong Qi and Xian Ruyue, the 2 of them were also greatly affected. It was just that they also had powerful ultimate moves that affected him as well. Otherwise, he would have already chopped off their heads. But being surprised was just being surprised. He naturally would not lose his composure. Both swords danced and slashed towards Ling Han. This time, Ling Han did not summon the phantom image of the ancient demonic monkey. Instead, he fused it with his own body, and used it to resist the cold and hot air. This was something he had only realized after watching the battle between the monkey man and the large spider. Perhaps he had only excavated 1% of this fist art's power. Dong Qi and Xian Ruyue were both shocked. Although they had dissolved Tong Miao's dual swords, their bodies had still been affected. Unlike Ling Han, he seemed to be completely fine. How could this outsider be so monstrous? In comparison, it seemed as though he should be the one who had inherited the true essence of martial art, while they were the barbarians. Interesting. Tong Miao became even crazier. His blood qi suddenly surged, and his battle prowess immediately skyrocketed. After a few slashes, Ling Han was unable to match up to him. He was struck several times, causing blood to flow out. Ling Han let out a long howl and his blood qi also surged. He did not believe it. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and this time, Ling Han had a slight advantage. This caused Tong Miao, Dong Qi, and Xian Ryue's expressions to change. How could they not know that this meant that after Ling Han's blood qi surged, his battle prowess had increased even more than theirs? In reality, this increase was one of the standards to measure a cultivator's potential. It was mainly based on how perfect one's cultivation in the opening pulse realm was. Ling Han's advantage meant that he had cultivated the opening pulse realm to an even more perfect level. Hiss, this monster! Tong Miao was speechless. He was an existence in a prison. Although it was a cage, there were countless experts inside. The sect leader of the Hengtian sect even stood on the second step of the celestial path. Under his tutelage, his foundation was actually not as perfect as that of an outsider. He gritted his teeth and transferred the sword in his left hand to his right hand, combining them into one again. His freed left hand took out a small stone. He forcefully squeezed, and the stone shattered. Moreover, it shattered very thoroughly, turning into dust. Tong Miao took a deep breath, and all the dust entered his mouth. Instantly, his eyes became crimson, and his aura also rose madly, far exceeding the increase that should have been caused by the surging of his blood qi. Chapter 3467. Fuck, he used forbidden drugs just because he couldn't win. Too shameless. This Tong Miao is really going all out. He even used the ashes, Xin Ryue said with a frown. If it were Xin Ryue, she probably wouldn't want to lose to a native either. Dong Qi laughed. Xin Ryue didn't say anything. After a while, she slowly nodded. Although they were prisoners, the level of martial art was far above this world. If they, the geniuses, couldn't even lose to a native, they would be laughed at. Therefore, they could lose to geniuses who also came out of the prison, but they couldn't lose to a weak native outside. After Tong Miao absorbed the strange ashes, he seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and his strength seemed to have doubled. Boom, he threw a punch, and it was extremely fast. Ling Han launched a series of attacks to meet his opponent's attack head-on. He couldn't help but retreat, feeling as if his bones were about to break. He didn't have time to be shocked, and hurriedly dodged to the side, because Tong Miao had already slashed at him. Father, that's the ashes left behind by the strong. If you absorb it into your body, you can temporarily increase your strength, second baby said. Shameless, do you dare to have a fair fight? Eldest baby said disdainfully. Tong Miao acted as if he didn't hear him. He only had one thought, and that was to kill Ling Han. Absorb the ashes of the strong? Ling Han couldn't help but shiver. Damn, this was too disgusting. Get lost, you damn pervert. He roared, and his murderous aura rushed out first. Tong Miao couldn't help but stiffen, but it was only for a moment. He returned to normal and attacked Ling Han again. It seemed that with the support of the ashes, his secret power, spirit, and physical strength had all been improved. This was the first time that Ling Han's murderous aura attack had such little effect. However, no matter how weak it was still effective. Tong Miao's movement stiffened, and his attack naturally became sluggish. This could also be considered an opening. Ling Han's figure moved nimbly, and he passed through his opponent's opening, then launched a counterattack. Tong Miao was like a madman. He once again split his sword into two hands and slashed repeatedly. Blood-red aura circulated around his body, and even his black hair was dyed red. Night Demon 18 slashes. He roared in a low voice, and his two swords swiftly slashed out, slashing out two incredibly thick and long flashes of sword qi. They actually transformed into two gigantic bats that flew towards Ling Han. Ling Han snorted and punched out with a demon monkey fist. A demon monkey also appeared, and it was filled with a ruthless aura as it punched towards the two bats. The demonic monkey displayed its might and tore the two big bats apart. However, its own power was also exhausted, and it turned into a shadow and disappeared. Xin Ryue and Dong Qi were dazzled by this scene. How is this possible? To think that a native like him could grasp such a terrifying ultimate art. Why does that demonic monkey give me the feeling of a saint? It makes me tremble. I don't even have the courage to look straight at it. Could it be that this is a peerless divine art left behind by the demon saint? After the two of them recovered from their shock, they revealed covetous looks. Saints were high and mighty, looking down on the world. Even a casual instruction from them could cause one's battle prowess to be reborn. And if this was a saint's art, even if it was passed down from the demon saint, it would still be an indescribable treasure that could make the powerhouses in the prison go crazy for it. More importantly, Ling Han was only a native without any powerful background. Even if they killed him and took his art, so what? Did they need to be afraid that someone would come and cause trouble for them? Tong Miao was also affected by the demonic monkey, but Ling Han's cultivation level was too low. This kind of influence was like the impact of the baleful aura. It was there, but the effect was actually not that great. Thus, Tong Miao's attack paused for a moment and then poured forth again, but its power was slightly weakened. Ling Han swung his fist to meet the attack while preparing a counterattack. The heavenly rune jade was already in his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiao, he threw out the treasure in his hand and pushed it with his psychic power. In an instant, it reached more than 9 times the speed of sound and recovered to the terrifying weight of 5,000 kilograms. Even an enlightening realm cultivator would be smashed into pieces if he were to face this attack head-on. Tong Miao's reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately blocked with his 2 swords in front of him. Peng, the heavenly rune jade smashed onto the swords. These 2 treasured swords made of unknown materials, but they were definitely extraordinary, instantly shattered. Tong Miao's perlicue was even split open. The heavenly rune jade's momentum did not dissipate, and it struck Tong Miao again, causing his body to tremble and bounce back. However, after being blocked by the swords, the power of the heavenly rune jade was also greatly reduced. This attack did not kill Tong Miao, but only caused a light injury. Ling Han's figure leaped out, and he reached out to grab the heavenly rune jade. This thing weighed more than 5,000 kilograms, and his psychic power could not grab it back. Shua, Tong Miao immediately threw out a punch. He was only slightly injured, and he had not lost his ability to fight. Ling Han's figure leaped back, and he dodged this punch. Then, he raised the heavenly rune jade. Seeing this, Tong Miao could not help but be terrified. He had just tasted the power of the heavenly rune jade, how would he dare to take another blow? Previously, the swords had blocked the attack for him, but now, there was no more. He was very decisive, and he immediately turned around and ran. Xiao, his figure spread out. He did not dare to walk in a straight line, and his body moved extremely fast, so that Ling Han did not have the chance to lock on to him. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. In reality, as long as he ran out of a certain area, the suppression on his cultivation would disappear. The cultivation of the awakening realm, the strength close to the mystery-seeking realm, was not something that Ling Han could match. Ling Han did not chase after him. Looking at the sudden increase in his opponent's speed, he knew that Tong Miao's cultivation had already recovered. This meant that their first battle had already ended. If he took the initiative to challenge Tong Miao, what would he do if the formation here no longer suppressed his cultivation? Absolute fairness was his trump card, and naturally, he would not use it so easily. Dong Qi and Xian Rue looked at each other, and they could not help but frown. The attack that Ling Han used at the end sent chills down their spines. Under such a close distance, how could he dodge an attack that came at 9 times the speed of sound? One had to know that if they fought with Ling Han, their cultivation would be suppressed to the extreme bone realm. Actually, it was not impossible for them to win. As long as the 2 of them could cooperate sincerely, one would attract the firepower, and the other would take the opportunity to attack. After all, Ling Han only had 1 heavenly rune jade. The problem was, who would attract the firepower? This was not a joke, and they could easily lose their lives. Putting aside the fact that they were strangers who met by chance, even if they were fellow apprentices, they would have to consider whether they would be betrayed by the other party. Don't forget, this also involved competing for the position of the fledgling dragon. Therefore, it was completely impossible for them to cooperate. The 2 of them smiled at Ling Han, appearing very friendly. They were very familiar with the rules of the formation here. If a low-level martial artist took the initiative to attack a high-level martial artist, then the formation would not operate and forcibly suppress the high-level martial artist. Therefore, if Ling Han took the initiative, they would be able to kill Ling Han with their high-level martial artists. Deep in their hearts, they naturally hoped that Ling Han would force himself to fight. Chapter 3469. What kind of treasure could compare to this supplementary cultivation method? Moreover, Xin Ryue had revealed that if the secret of this cultivation method was leaked, experts would take action. Whether it was him, the teacher, or Dong Qi, the subject, they would both be killed. Ling Han didn't care if Dong Qi died or not, but he naturally wouldn't do it if he had to pay with his life. Not interested. Ling Han shook his head. Dong Qi's gaze sharpened. Native, don't be too arrogant and forget your identity. Oh? What identity? Ling Han asked. You're just a bumpkin in this primitive and backward land. You've just come into contact with martial arts, so you have no idea how big the world is, Dong Qi said coldly. How would you know that there's a huge prison beneath the world you know? There are so many experts in there, and their realms are so high that you can't even imagine it. Prison. Ling Han was astonished. According to what he said, whether it was the earliest demon rat, or Cui Zhenhai, or the experts of the immortal path, they all came from this prison. Under this world, there was a prison, but the upheaval of heaven and earth allowed them to escape. Wait, could it be that the upheaval was because they were about to escape? Ling Han's mind raced, but his expression didn't change. He only said indifferently, "You're just a prisoner, why are you so arrogant? Are you insulting those seniors and lords?" Dong Qi sneered, "Do you think that just because there's a saint emperor in Xianbei country, you can protect you? You're wrong. Chen Fengyan has only just entered the immortal path. As long as the crack in the prison opens a little more, even stronger experts will appear and easily kill Chen Fengyan. That's why you, a native, should know your own limits." Ling Han shook his head, "You're a native and a bumpkin, it makes me very angry." Dong Qi laughed heartily, "So what? Do you still want to attack me?" He was more than happy to see Ling Han like this. If the weak took the initiative to provoke the strong, the formation would not reduce the cultivation level of the strong. In that case, killing Ling Han would be as easy as raising his hand. Of course, he would first extract Ling Han's secrets. Ling Han's gaze was cold as he said, "I dare you to say another native." "Natives, natives, natives." Dong Qi laughed and said provocatively, "I told you, I have to say natives a few more times." Ling Han shook his head. "Why are there always people courting death?" He took out the heavenly rune jade, wanting to end the battle as quickly as possible. Dong Qi narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't recognize that it was a heavenly rune jade, he had personally witnessed its power. "Don't be careless, don't fail miserably. Native, do you only know how to act fierce with your mouth?" He laughed loudly and continued to provoke Ling Han. 1, 2, 3. Ling Han began to count. "Are you stupid?" Dong Qi didn't understand. 5. Ling Han's eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged forward. You're courting death." Dong Qi laughed. He didn't dodge, waiting for Ling Han to reach him before attacking. That way, Ling Han would take the initiative to attack, and he had absolute confidence that even if Ling Han used the heavenly rune jade, he would be able to dodge or even send it flying with his enlightening realm cultivation. 140 feet, 110 feet, 90 feet, 80 feet. It was absolutely fair. Ling Han raised his right hand, and with a whoosh, the heavenly rune jade was tossed out. Propelled by his telekinesis, it instantly reached 9 times the speed of sound and shot towards Dong Qi. What? Dong Qi's expression changed drastically because he found that his cultivation had been directly reduced to the extreme bone realm. The formation should not have been activated, so why was his cultivation reduced? Could it be? He suddenly realized that there was a similar formation on Ling Han's body. Oh no! He wanted to dodge, but at 9 times the speed of sound, how could he have the time? Left with no choice, he could only barely block with his hands in front of him. Just as he raised his hands, the heavenly rune jade was broken. Blood splattered, and his hands were broken. The heavenly rune jade did not stop, and continued to smash towards his chest. Dong Qi barely dodged, and the heavenly rune jade hit his left rib, instantly tearing off a large piece of flesh and several ribs, forming a bowl-sized hole on his left side. He screamed, but turned and ran without hesitation, his figure flying. He shouldn't have been so weak, but he didn't expect Ling Han to have a formation like absolute fairness. He also had the idea of tricking Ling Han, so he waited until his opponent attacked before counterattacking, causing him to have no time to react. After running far away, he turned back and glared hatefully at Ling Han, then stood up again and disappeared into the distance. You want to trick my father? You're daydreaming. You asked for it. Don't you know that our father is the ancestor of schemers? The milk babies all laughed and laughed. Ling Han's face darkened. How can you praise people like this? Now that I've been exposed like this, how am I supposed to trick people in the future? Xin Rue also broke out in a cold sweat, and looked at Ling Han with a strange gaze. She also thought that Ling Han had been rash, and fell for Dong Qi's provocation. Who would have known that Dong Qi was the one who failed to trick people and was tricked instead? Both of his hands were destroyed. Unless he found a spirit medicine that could regrow flesh and bones, he would forever be a cripple. Fortunately, she had suppressed her killing intent, or she would have been hit by Ling Han's attack. Brother Ling, you're really good. Xin Rue was full of emotion. She was truly convinced. Ling Han had perfectly acted out a drama of the weak defeating the strong, although it was only for an instant. Ling Han smiled. Miss Xin, you're too kind. He pondered for a moment. If he had attacked with his baleful aura before throwing out the heavenly pattern jade, then Dong Qi wouldn't have been able to escape. I'll take my leave first. Ling Han cupped his hands towards Xin Rue. Please. Xin Rue nodded. Her eyes were full of fighting spirit. Since Ling Han could comprehend the stone painting secret, there was no reason why she couldn't do the same. Ling Han left with the 7 milk babies. Before long, a huge garden appeared in front of them. The ground was covered in green grass, and flowers as tall as a human were about to bloom. These flowers grew very densely and seemed to have no pattern, but if one looked closely, there was a pattern. It was just that he couldn't find it in a short time. With a glance, he could see that the garden was filled with people lying in different positions. Some were facing the sky, some were lying on the ground. From the looks of those who were facing the sky, their faces were rosy, and they didn't seem to be dead. Very soon, Ling Han saw a man crawl up and walk a few steps forward in a daze. He saw a fresh flower bloom beside him. This man fell down again, and after a while, the blooming flower closed up again. Such a scene was still unfolding one after another. It was very comical to see people getting up one by one and falling down after taking a few steps. Chapter 3470. Ling Han understood. This place was not a dead place, and the flowers would only make people dizzy. The problem was that the dizzying effect of the pollen was very strong. Just smelling it would make people unconscious, and it would last for a very long time. Ling Han noticed that after a person fell to the ground, he did not wake up for more than 2 hours. He observed patiently and found that the person only woke up after another hour. Ling Han did not observe only one person. He concluded that most people would be unconscious for about 3 hours, and only a very small number of people could wake up earlier, but only a little earlier. Was this a formation? Ling Han observed. He wanted to know the pattern of the flowers blooming, because the same flower would sometimes bloom when people passed by, and sometimes not. He activated his ocular sorcery, and the world suddenly appeared in front of him in another way. His brain worked at high speed. This garden was too big, and there were too many flowers. It was difficult to find the pattern of each flower's blooming. Ling Han soon gave up the idea of figuring out the pattern of all the flowers blooming, because he only needed to find a path to pass through. He kept observing and deducing, but the amount of calculation was still shocking, because after each flower bloomed, the time and range of the pollen were different. Even with Ling Han's ability, he could only calculate a small area. He let the milk babies enter the spirit-nourishing gourd, and he moved forward alone. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His steps were light, but after only a few hundred steps, he felt his vision blur, and he fell to the ground. Damn, calculation error, he was hit. He woke up slowly, and his memory recovered instantly. He quickly retreated according to the original path, but he did not want the pollen to be scattered again, and he would be unconscious for another 2 to 3 hours. Ling Han began to calculate again. In fact, his progress was already amazing. It was good enough for others to take a dozen steps, but he could take a few hundred steps. The difference was huge. After a long time, Ling Han started walking again. Tang, tang, tang. After another few hundred steps, Ling Han was hit again and fell to the ground. After waking up this time, Ling Han was in a bit of a dilemma because he had already surpassed most of the people. There were only a few people in front of him, and most of them were lying on the ground. With no one to scout for him, he could only rely on his eye sorcery to observe, and his speed would be much slower. He simply prepared food first. After feeding the 7 milk babies, he also entered the essence-nourishing gourd. The flowers and grass here were dense, so no one would see it. He had overused his brain today and really needed a good rest. The next morning, he immediately came out of the gourd and sat down to cultivate. At this time, the sun had just risen. Ling Han circulated 2 cultivation techniques at the same time. One was the main while the other was the supplementary, and they did not conflict with each other. With the strength of his mental strength, he could do 2 things at once. It was astonishingly fast. In another 4 days, he would be able to reach the peak of the 3rd bone realm. He didn't have to worry about the treasure fruit of life. He had never used the treasure fruit of life that he had prepared before, and it was more than enough for him to reach the 4th bone realm. However, if he wanted to raise the 4 bones, he would have to think of another way. Apart from cultivation techniques, the biggest factor that restricted one's realm was the treasure fruit of life. Without enough treasure fruits of life, who would dare to break through easily? Ling Han put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and observed and calculated again. At this time, he could only take 1 step at a time. His speed was much slower than yesterday, but compared to others, his speed could be said to be abnormal. By the end of the day, Ling Han had already walked to the very front. Either someone had already passed, or he would definitely be the first. When the 4th day was about to end, Ling Han unexpectedly discovered that a flower had actually borne fruit. Even from a great distance, he could still feel the incomparably dense aura of life. This was the treasure fruit of life. This was too much of a coincidence. Whatever he was missing, he would get it. Ling Han only thought for a moment, and then put this thought aside. Right now, the most important thing was how to pick it. This was not on the path that Ling Han had to pass through. Instead, it would deviate greatly from the normal path, and it would definitely waste a lot of time. How can picking the treasure fruit of life be considered a waste of time? Ling Han smiled and naturally changed direction without hesitation. The flowers here were much denser, and there was no one to scout ahead. Ling Han could only use his ocular sorcery to search bit by bit, and his progress was very slow. Oh no, I've been tricked. He was not completely flawless, but fortunately, the fragrance was not fatal. 2 hours later, he woke up again and continued forward. After spending a full 2 days, Ling Han finally arrived before the treasure fruit of life. There were a total of 9 fruits on the branch, and they all emitted an extremely dense aura of life. Ling Han had previously obtained an aperture opening level treasure fruit of life, but it was far from comparable to these 9 fruits. Thus, these 9 should be treasure fruits of life of the secret seeking level. Of course, Ling Han would not be polite and put the 9 treasure fruits of life away. He was only at the extreme bone level, and he believed that no matter how monstrous he was, this treasure fruit of life would be enough for him to break through a level. Ling Han was very satisfied. This trip was really not in vain, and he had gained a lot. He returned to the right path and continued forward. Another 2 days later, Ling Han finally walked out of the garden. There was a dense forest in front of him. Ling Han nodded. This was just the right place for him to break through. In these few days, he had reached the peak of 3 bones. Breaking through to 4 bones, his rate of advancement was too fast. He had only been stuck at the level of 3 bones for 10 days, but Ling Han did not have any time to waste. He had to increase his cultivation level as quickly as possible. The benefits hidden in this infant dragon trial had far surpassed his imagination, so he definitely had to get first place. Although the previous battles were very fair, and he could suppress his opponent's cultivation, who could guarantee that the following battles would be the same? Therefore, personal strength was the most reliable. He found a secluded place, and when the sun rose on the second day, he finished the last accumulation of secret force and began breaking through to 4 bones. The advancement of one's cultivation level was the advancement of one's vitality, and to put it bluntly, the advancement of vitality was to tear apart the shackles within one's body. It was as if the heavens had imposed a limit on mortals, and they had to go through this process to become stronger step by step. Ling Han swallowed a treasure fruit of life and began to tear apart the shackles. A shackle was broken, and Ling Han instantly felt a wave of relief. But at the same time, a portion of the life force within his body had been ruthlessly extracted. Fortunately, the essence qi of the treasure fruit of life immediately made up for this deficiency, allowing Ling Han to maintain a strong life force. One after another, the shackles of life were continuously broken. Ling Han grimaced in pain, because along with this process, there were also bone fragments falling off, and new bones were advancing in a more powerful direction. 3 hours later, Ling Han called it a day. 4 bones. Chapter 3471. With Ling Han's cultivation speed, he would probably be able to break through in less than 10 days. That was fast. Isn't it said that the higher the realm, the slower the cultivation speed? Ling Han thought about what the Calabash brothers had said in the past and couldn't help but have a thought. Perhaps only by embarking on the path of immortality could one truly start the path of martial art. Just like in the origin world, from body refining to shattering void tier, how long would it take in the lower realm, and how long would it take in the immortal realm? In fact, in the celestial realm, some people would directly skip this process at birth. For example, the Calabash brothers were born without any shackles. As long as they grew up, their cultivation would naturally increase. Furthermore, they were existences that could break through the limits. Their level of life was naturally higher than others. Therefore, his cultivation speed was fast not because he was too heaven-defying, but because in the real world of martial art at this stage, it was completely the beginning of the beginning, so it was normal for his cultivation speed to be faster. Wasn't it said that treasured fruits could allow one to reach the heavens in a single step, straight into inscription, opening aperture, and even the secret realm? This could also be used as evidence. Ling Han's fighting spirit was high. In this way, he could reach the secret-seeking realm in the shortest time possible and catch up with the current level of the younger generation. However, after stepping on the celestial path, it would be impossible for him to advance so quickly. Even the innate divine body could not ignore the existence of the realm barrier. For example, after the demon race stepped onto the immortal path, they would no longer have any advantage over the human race. Ling Han released the milk babies. He was well prepared for this trip. At least, he had brought enough food. Not only did he have the spirit-nourishing gourd, but he had also seized many spatial artifacts. All of them were filled with food. Therefore, there was no need to worry about starving to death if they stayed here for too long. The 8 of them continued forward and entered the forest. Ling Han was surprised. He discovered that there were traces of someone walking in front of him. It wasn't a beast, but a human. There was actually someone ahead of him. Ling Han couldn't believe his eyes. He had been far ahead of them before. Although it had taken him some time to collect the treasured fruit of life, he shouldn't have been so far behind. If someone had been in front of him all along, why hadn't he picked the fruit of life? Don't say I don't like it. It's a treasure fruit of life, after all. Forget it, I'll just leave. Ling Han raised his vigilance. After passing through the dense forest, the front suddenly opened up, and a small platform appeared. Behind the platform, the mountain rapidly became steep, and the road was incomparably narrow, only allowing one person to pass through. The platform was filled with stone statues, some resembling humans, some resembling horses, and some resembling carriages. They were divided into red and black. Hey, isn't this like chess? Ling Han saw that the platform was divided into small squares, and the chess pieces were arranged according to the rules. They were definitely chess pieces. Moreover, the game had just begun, and each side had a chess piece that had crossed the boundary. Outside the chessboard, there were many people watching. They were all on one side of him, but there was no one on the other side. When Ling Han looked again, he was slightly startled. This was because on one side of the general and commander's seats was a person, and on the other side was something enveloped by a ball of light. He could not tell what it looked like at all. Formation Genie, Ling Han guessed in his heart. Then, he took a few steps forward and asked someone about the situation. You're really lucky. It was a young man. He was very familiar with Ling Han, and he patted Ling Han's shoulder. We were trapped in that garden for a very, very long time. I don't know what happened, but those flowers actually stopped blooming. That's how we managed to pass through. You don't know, but when those flowers bloom, they can immediately cause people to faint. This person was a bit of a chatterbox. He had clearly asked him about the chessboard, but he had brought up the topic of the garden. Ling Han did not interrupt him, because this also solved one of his doubts. No wonder so many people had run ahead of him. It should be because he was the first to pass through that garden, and after that, it no longer had any effect. Why? Was it to deliberately wait for others? This was not impossible. After all, there were very few people who had cultivated eye techniques, so this stage could cause the first person to lose a lot of the advantage of time. Ling Han had originally left everyone in the dust, but he had rested in the forest for a night, and then spent another 3 hours to break through. Thus, it was not strange that he had been overtaken by others. Then he could be considered to have made a contribution to others. Thinking of the 9 treasure fruits of life, Ling Han suddenly understood. That could be considered as a reward. Cough, cough. Ling Han reminded him. You should get to the point, why are you still talking about other things? Ah. Just at this moment, a scream was heard. Ling Han looked over and saw that in the chess match, the victor had already been decided. This originally wasn't much, but this commander was killed by a horse. With a stomp of the stone horse, that person was stomped into a meat patty. Damn, so ruthless. Hey, you see, this chess match is very cruel, said the young man. If you lose, you will lose your life. Ling Han nodded. You're talking a lot of nonsense. I've already seen it with my own eyes, so there's no need for you to say more. Once this person died, the chess pieces quickly returned to their positions, as if they had a life of their own. This is a formation, Ling Han immediately said in his heart. Brother, this stage's test is really abnormal. It doesn't care about strength, but chess skills. That young man was a bit frantic. Can't we force our way through? Ling Han asked with a smile. That's definitely courting death. That young man hurriedly said, you came too late, so you didn't see it. Before, there were indeed people who tried to force their way through. Some even formed teams, but in the end, they were all instantly annihilated. Hiss, those chariots, horses, soldiers, all of them are boundlessly terrifying. They definitely have the strength of the immortal path. No matter how many people we have, we won't be able to defeat them. Ling Han nodded and said with a smile, then from now on, you should diligently practice your chess skills. This isn't a difficult thing to do. I'm still learning, that young man said with a bitter expression. Did anyone pass? Ling Han asked again. Not a single one. That young man sighed. The other side's chess skills are shockingly high. Some people thought that they saw through the other side's moves, but in the end, when they went up to fight, they were crushed into pieces. Ling Han nodded, thanked that person, and began to circle around the chessboard. He was a formation master, and to be honest, it was impossible for him to set up such a chessboard that could allow him to compete with others. But what if he directly destroyed the chessboard's formation? He observed, and did not immediately go down to challenge. But the wind whistled, and after that, no one else went down. Clearly, there were too many precedents, and no one wanted to throw their lives away in vain. A bunch of trash. Watch me. A green-robed man stood up and walked with large strides to the commander's seat. Immediately, a light shadow appeared on the general's seat opposite him, representing the start of the chessboard. Who is that? Someone was curious. Did this guy not see that the people who went down before him had all died? Chapter 3472. Following the rugged mountain path, he soon reached the peak. However, there was a flight of steps at the peak, and at the top of the steps was a huge throne. Obviously, the real peak should be that throne. Whoever sat on it would be the representative of the peak. Ling Han let the Calabash brothers out. They were not interested in ascending the peak, so they sat at the side. At their current stage, they did not need any opportunities. As long as they grew normally, they would become powerful cultivators of the celestial path. Even if they were given celestial pills, it would not be very meaningful. Ling Han began to ascend the peak. As soon as he took a step up, there was a flash of light in front of him, and it transformed into a shining golden human figure. It punched at him. Ling Han raised his fist to meet it, but he was directly punched down. What great power! Ling Han stood still, and the golden figure on the steps also slowly disappeared without a trace. He ascended the steps again, and the golden human figure appeared again punching at him. Ling Han did not intend to take it head-on. Instead, he dashed toward the throne at the top. As long as he sat down, perhaps everything would be settled. Why waste time? However, he had only rushed up a few steps when he saw another golden human figure appear, and it punched him heavily. Ling Han could not dodge this punch. Pang! He immediately rolled down the steps. Fortunately, the two golden human figures did not pursue him, but slowly disappeared. Hiss! Ling Han gritted his teeth, and slowly got up. This punch really hurt him, and his bones were broken. He was now in the ultimate bone realm, and he had changed his bones 4 times. His bones should be extremely tough, but they were broken in one blow. It was clear how terrifying the golden human figure's destructive power was. "You dare to hit our father?" Eldest brother was furious. "Go!" The 7 milk babies rushed up, and the golden human figures appeared. There were exactly 7 of them, and a chaotic battle immediately began. The Calabash brothers all displayed their abilities. Some of them were extremely strong, some of them aimed at flaws, some of them spat fire, some of them spat water, some of them were invulnerable, and some of them absorbed all attacks and reflected them back. Not long after, the 7 milk babies won the first round and destroyed the golden figures. However, before they could take a few steps forward, new golden figures appeared and continued to attack them. The milk babies were very powerful, but they only managed to defeat 3 waves of golden figures before they were blasted down the stairs. Fortunately, they were smart enough and did not suffer any injuries. "Damn it, it's so unfair," second baby wailed. "We were only at the peak of the engravement realm, but then an enlightening realm appeared. We can't beat them." "Humph, if we grow a little bigger, we'll definitely win," seventh baby said with his hands on his hips. Ling Han laughed and said, "You guys are already strong enough. Take a break first." As he recovered, he looked at the top of the stairs. Clearly, the enemies that appeared here were more powerful the higher they went. This should also be based on their cultivation, but they were very powerful at the beginning and became more and more powerful. Some of them even had the combat power of the enlightening state. Ling Han thought about it. The first light figure he encountered should be at the 4th level of inscription, which was indeed above him. If he did not use his secret technique, he would naturally be defeated in a head-on fight. As for the second light figure, its strength should be at the 5th level. The problem was that the position where the second figure appeared was still 3/4 of the way to the top of the stairs. In other words, there would be even stronger golden figures that would appear and attack him. With his current cultivation, it seemed like he could not beat them. Let's give it a try first. Ling Han did not wait for his bone injury to recover. Even if he had spirit medicine, it would take 100 days for his tendons and bones to break. Even if he had spirit medicine, he would still need at least 10 days to recover. He could temporarily use his secret technique to fix the broken bones, and it would not affect his battle strength too much. Ling Han climbed up the stairs and began the challenge. Wang, the golden figure appeared again. Ling Han punched out. This time, he used the demon monkey fist, and its power increased dramatically. Pung, pung, pung. Under a series of attacks, the golden figure was blown up. However, how could it be a match for Ling Han at the engravement realm? He continued to climb the stairs. After a few steps, the second golden figure appeared. 5 veins. Ling Han was still fearless. He was injured by the opponent's punch earlier because he was caught off guard. He also punched back. With the support of the demon monkey fist, his battle strength far exceeded the 5 veins. After a few more punches, the second golden figure was also blown up. He continued to walk. When he was almost halfway up the stairs, the third golden figure appeared. This time, the golden figure's battle strength was even stronger, but it still had not reached the enlightening realm. 6 veins. Ling Han's battle spirit burned. He first fought for a while, and then he started to attack frequently, meeting force with force with force. This kind of direct confrontation was the easiest to determine the winner. As expected, after a few hundred punches, Ling Han won again. Judging from the distance, there should be 2 more golden figures coming to snipe him. Ling Han took a few more steps, and as expected, the 4th golden figure appeared. This golden human figure didn't use his fists. Instead, he brandished a golden spear and thrust it towards Ling Han. Ling Han took out his war hammer. It was instantly activated, and met the spear head-on. Pang! A heavy blow landed. Lightning and golden light flashed. Ling Han felt a sharp pain in his hand, and the war hammer almost fell out of his hand. He retreated continuously, directly retreating from the stairs to the bottom. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand. The hand between his thumb and forefinger had already split open, and blood was flowing. This light figure definitely had the battle strength of the enlightening realm. Ling Han was very strong, very monstrous, but he did not have the ability to fight two major realms above him. Absolute fairness. Fine, let's try. Ling Han thought. If it was a battle of the same level, he would not need 10 minutes to kill two opponents at all. Xiao, he charged again. The first three light figures were naturally quickly defeated by him. When the fourth light figure appeared, he immediately activated absolute fairness. However, the light figure's spear was still extremely powerful, and its power did not decrease in the slightest. Ling Han was blasted down again. The wound between his thumb and forefinger immediately split open, and blood flowed out. Damn, this light figure still had the battle strength of the enlightening realm, and was not suppressed at all. Absolute fairness actually had no effect on it. That's right, the formation here was obviously of a higher level, and it was too easy to make absolute fairness ineffective. He thought it through, but the problem was, how to do it. He only had 4 bones, and if he wanted to match the enlightening realm, even 6 bones would not be enough. Either he broke through the inscription pattern, or he went one step further, breaking through the limits of limits and advancing to the possibly non-existent 7 bones. Otherwise, he would not be able to match the enlightening realm. Moreover, this was only the 4th light figure. There should be a 5th, and it would be even stronger. Since he had already come this far, Ling Han naturally could not give up. Fine, he would cultivate here and break through the 7 bones. He began to cultivate. A few days later, he heard footsteps. A second person had arrived. Chapter 34-73. Ling Han turned his head to look, and saw that it was a beautiful and moving figure. Korean dramas. Hanj. Xian Ryue. Did she discover the secret of the mural, or did she give up? Ling Han felt that the latter was more likely. After all, deciphering the secrets of the murals required eye techniques, and the possibility of Xian Ryue possessing eye techniques was close to 0. Xian Ryue naturally also saw Ling Han. She nodded towards him, appearing very friendly. In reality, she really wanted to take down Ling Han and force him to hand over the secret of the murals. This was because she was indeed in a hurry and had left without deciphering the secret. However, in this place, if a person of a higher cultivation realm challenged a person of a lower cultivation realm, their cultivation would be weakened. She had personally witnessed Ling Han's ability to fight people of the same cultivation realm. She was definitely no match for him. Therefore, it was impossible for her to make things difficult for Ling Han here. However, the problem was that if she left this place and obtained the secret of the mural, it was extremely likely that she would be killed by the great power behind this training ground. Under such considerations, she had to build a good relationship with Ling Han, to the point where he was willing to tell her the secret of the murals. This could be exchanged with treasures or cultivation techniques. She didn't even mind selling her body. Ling Han also nodded and said, "Miss Xian. Brother Ling is indeed amazing, being the first to arrive here." Xian Ryue said. She swept her gaze across the 7 milk babies and had an awkward expression. She had never seen anyone bring milk babies into an ancient remnant for an adventure. Ling Han smiled. He was still recovering from his injuries, so he didn't have much interest in interacting with others. As he circulated his mystic power, his bone injuries would recover a little faster. If he continued to nurture them, he should be able to shorten the recovery time to 5 days. "Brother Ling, why don't we try and see who can ascend to the top? Asked Xian Rue. Her beautiful eyes shone. Other than the methods she had considered before, she could also gamble with Ling Han. He was a young man, after all. Of course, he was arrogant. Ling Han smiled. What are we betting on? I have a cultivation technique here. It's called the Triyong Heaven Nourishing Technique. If you're injured, use this technique. It will be very effective. Xian Rue said, it is said that when one trains it to the pinnacle, one can even regrow a severed limb. As long as the vital parts are not damaged, one can recover. Ling Han's eyes lit up involuntarily. Though he could modify the indestructible heaven scroll, it was limited by his cultivation level, and the limitations were too great. Martial artists would inevitably get injured. With this cultivation technique, it was equivalent to having an extra safeguard, or even an extra life. Miss Xian, what are you looking at? Ling Han asked with a smile. The fact that she had taken out such a cultivation technique had completely piqued his interest. She must be plotting something. Xian Rue smiled sweetly. Rue wants the cultivation technique that Brother Ling obtained from the murals. Ling Han was surprised. Didn't you say that this can't be spread to others? Otherwise, we'll be hunted down? Xian Rue nodded, indeed. However, if I teach it here, Rue can say that she comprehended it herself. Ling Han looked at his wrist. After he comprehended this cultivation technique, there was an additional mark on his wrist, which disappeared in a flash. He had thought that it would not appear again, but when he circulated that cultivation technique, it appeared again. Could it be that this was not related to the cultivation technique itself, but rather because he had learned it here, and so it was stamped on him so that it could serve as proof in the future? Otherwise, how would that party be able to determine that he had learned it here, or had it been taught by someone else? A thought flashed through Ling Han's mind. With his cultivation level, it was naturally impossible for him to forcefully snatch the cultivation technique from the other party's hands. Here, even absolute fairness would not have any effect. Moreover, the other party had not provoked him, and it was only because the other party had something that he wanted. If he forcefully snatched it away, then what difference was there between him and those profligate young masters? He had become strong so that he would not be bullied, and not so that he could bully the weak. All right, I'll bet. Ling Han nodded. Xian Rue revealed a smile. Since she dared to bet with Ling Han, it was naturally impossible that she had no confidence. She began to climb the steps, and immediately, a glowing silhouette appeared. She was at the Enlightenment realm, so the glowing silhouette naturally could not be at the Engravement realm, even if this was only her first opponent. They began to fight fiercely. In terms of strength, the glowing silhouette should be stronger, but Xian Rue avoided a direct confrontation, and did not fight head-on with her opponent. Her two whips danced in the air, and soon, she gained the upper hand and defeated her opponent. Xian Rue held the two whips in her hands and continued forward. After a few steps, the second glowing silhouette appeared. Its strength was obviously much stronger, but it still had not jumped out of the Enlightenment realm. Thus, with Xian Rue's burst of power, she easily defeated it. She continued forward, and when the third glowing silhouette appeared, the two sides were tied. This glowing silhouette's strength had still not broken through to the mystery-seeking realm, but its battle strength was similar to that of a six-bone realm, and it was tyrannical. After fighting for a long time, Xian Rue's secret force was exhausted, and she had no choice but to retreat. Xian Rue's expression was somewhat ugly. Before coming here, she had done a lot of homework, and she thought that she had understood everything clearly. She had made ample preparations, and she had also come to the last stage. However, even though she had gone all out, she could only pass half of the steps. She did have some tricks up her sleeves, and it was not difficult to defeat the third opponent. The problem was, there should be two more opponents after this. How was she going to defeat them? She was not worried about the bet, and it was even more impossible for Ling Han to win. However, if she could not reach the top, she would also not be able to become a candidate for the fledgling dragon, and she would not be able to obtain Ling Han's cultivation technique. This naturally made her unhappy. She could only wait. She was clear about the rules here. The earlier the glowing silhouette appeared, the stronger it was. However, if no one could reach the top after a long time, the glowing silhouette's strength would gradually weaken until someone could reach the top. Thus, she could only wait. When she defeated the fourth opponent, she would use the forbidden method to defeat the fifth opponent, and pass in one go. Ling Han felt strange. Why was his opponent a realm higher than him, but Xin Rue's opponent was so weak? Could it be that his cultivation was too weak? Sigh, because of his low cultivation, he had suffered so many losses. Thus, he had to cultivate with peace of mind, and reach 7 bones as soon as possible. If possible, then he would advance into the engravement realm. Ling Han first recovered from his injuries, and when the sun rose the next day, he began to cultivate. After a day, someone finally arrived, but this person was even worse. He did not even defeat the first glowing silhouette. He wanted to leave but was unwilling, so he also waited at the side. Ling Han felt strange. What was the point of waiting like this? Could it be that by waiting, one's strength would become stronger, or the opponent's strength would become weaker? Soon, he was surprised to find that the glowing silhouette's strength would indeed weaken. On the third day, Xin Rue defeated the third glowing silhouette, although the fourth glowing silhouette was defeated in just one move. That was already the battle strength of the mystery-seeking realm, and it was not something she could match. There was such a thing. Chapter 34-74. Fortunately, the strength of the silhouette was weakened by a very small amount. In other words, it would still take a long time for Xin Rue to pass safely. Ling Han also went forward to fight. Sure enough, his opponent was also weakened, but not by much. He continued to cultivate. After 5 days, as expected, his bone injuries and hand injuries had all healed, and his cultivation had almost reached the peak of the 4th bone. He would be able to break through to the 5th bone in 1 or 2 days at most. He was a little anxious because the strength of the silhouette was getting weaker day by day. Although it was only a little bit weaker each day, who knew if Xin Rue would break through in a few days? This woman seemed very confident, which made Ling Han believe that she had a secret treasure on her. It was very likely that she would use it after defeating the 4th silhouette and rush to the throne in one fell swoop. Therefore, this 4th silhouette was the safety line. Once it was defeated, Xin Rue would probably be able to break through like a hot knife through butter. There was not much time left. More and more people came, but none of them could match up to Xin Rue. If they wanted to pass, they did not know how many times they would have to wait for the formation to weaken the silhouette's combat power. Another 2 days passed, and Ling Han quietly returned to the forest from before. He found a very secluded place and began to break through to the 5th bone. For him, as long as he had the treasure fruit of life, success would come naturally. To be on the safe side, he also set up a large formation that was absolutely fair, and the 7 Calabash brothers were responsible for guarding it. This way, even if an expert or genius like Xin Rue came, it would be impossible for her to break through the Calabash brothers. Crack, crack, crack. The shackles in his body were broken one after another, and layer after layer of bone fragments fell off, causing him to grit his teeth and groan. It was really too uncomfortable. After 3 hours, Ling Han finished breaking through the hierarchy of life. He couldn't help but think that he had torn apart many more shackles than ordinary people when they broke through. But even so, there seemed to be countless shackles in his body. Just how many shackles did the heavens impose on these mortal bodies? Father, why is the innate divine body so powerful? Second baby seemed to be able to see through Ling Han's thoughts and said, in fact, although the innate divine body suppresses mortals greatly when they are below the immortal path, this suppression will become even greater after they step onto the immortal path. Why? It's because the innate divine body doesn't have the shackles of the heavens and earth, and no matter how a mortal tries to break through the shackles, it can't achieve perfection. Therefore, once one steps onto the immortal path, these shackles will bind the mortal body, causing the gap between them and the innate divine body to widen. Ling Han nodded and asked, how many shackles are there in the human body? It varies from person to person. Even if you don't have an innate divine body, there is still the influence of your bloodline. The stronger your bloodline, the fewer shackles there are in your body. Tearing one shackle is equivalent to tearing 10 from others. That's right. Fourth baby nodded. Fifth baby continued, however, I have heard of a type of divine body called the heaven's hatred body. Not only are there shackles when one is born, but the number of shackles is astonishing. It seems that no matter how hard one tries to break them, it is as if the heavens hold a grudge against them. Ah, I've heard of it too. Sixth baby said as he clapped his hands. Only the sound of his clapping could be heard, but not the way he clapped. Actually, the heaven-hateful body was originally called the chaotic body. It was passed down from ancient times, and there were only a few of them. However, if the chaotic body could really break through all the shackles in the body, it would be the best innate divine body. Ling Han scratched his head. Could it be that he had the heaven's hatred body? Since he was born from the God's stone, he should not have an ordinary body. Ling Han stabilized his realm and was too lazy to go up. He just stayed in the forest to test his strength. There was a huge improvement in all aspects, but it was still not enough to defeat an enlightening realm cultivator. It seemed that only by advancing to 7 bones could he fight against an enlightening realm cultivator. Otherwise, even 6 bones would not be enough. His cultivation speed was already fast enough with the help of the stone wall technique, but Ling Han still felt that it was too slow. This was because the strength of the silhouette would not wait for him. It was getting weaker day by day, and who knew when Xian Rue would beat him to it. After a few more days, Ling Han suddenly saw a flash of golden light on the peak of the mountain in the distance. Then, he saw a huge throne rise into the sky. There is a person sitting on it, second baby said after using his eye sorcery to take a look. Ling Han nodded. It seemed that the first dragon fledgling candidate had stood out. Another 2 days passed, and the second dragon fledgling candidate appeared. After another 3 days, the third dragon fledgling throne flew up. Ling Han had also reached the peak of 5 bones and was qualified to break through to 6 bones. For him, the limit was equivalent to an ordinary 4 bones trying to break through to 5 bones. It would be a little troublesome, but not too troublesome. After spending a day to accumulate, he broke through to 6 bones. After breaking through the limit, his combat strength soared. This kind of breakthrough brought about a huge improvement. Ling Han felt that his current strength was enough to fight against an early enlightening realm cultivator. The enlightening realm was a continuous process, so it was not divided into several levels. It was divided into early, middle, late, and complete stages. After stabilizing his realm, he went to the peak of the mountain. At this time, Xian Rue was fighting with the 4th silhouette. After 100 moves, she was defeated and retreated. The situation was not good. Previously, she could not even take 1 move, but now she could fight for 100 moves. In a few days, she might be able to tie and win. At that time, she could use her secret weapon and crush the 5th silhouette. Brother Ling, Xian Rue was not injured. She smiled at Ling Han and said confidently, it seems that Rue is about to win this bet. If Miss Xian really wins, I will definitely give you the cultivation technique, Ling Han said indifferently. Brother Ling is really trustworthy. Xin Rue flattered. Ling Han naturally did not take it to heart. The outcome had not been decided yet, so it was too early for her to be happy. He started to ascend. The first, second, and third silhouette appeared one after another, but they were all easily defeated by Ling Han. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, the silhouette's strength had been greatly weakened. Naturally, it could not withstand a single blow. The fourth silhouette appeared. Ling Han clenched his fist and punched out, and the silhouette of light immediately parried with the divine spear. Pang! The fist and spear collided. Ling Han only felt a slight pain in his fist, but his feet did not retreat in the slightest. In this way, he had already surpassed the fourth silhouette in terms of combat strength. Ling Han estimated that the silhouette's strength had already fallen to the enlightening realm, but it was comparable to an inscription level 6. He lightly snorted and swung both his fists violently. In just 100 moves, he had already defeated the silhouette. He could originally defeat all inscription warriors, not to mention now that he had reached the 6th bone. Seeing that Ling Han had won, Xin Rue's pretty face changed. Chapter 3476. The throne rose into the air. Xiao, the vitality-nurturing gourd at Ling Han's waist was suddenly pulled down by a mysterious force, falling towards the top of the mountain. Ling Han wanted to grab it, but his body was bound to the throne by a powerful force, so he could only call out, "Eldest baby, take the gourd and go down the mountain first." "I'm done," eldest baby said in a childish voice, running over to catch the gourd. Ling Han did not worry. If anyone wanted to snatch it, then eldest baby would not lose to anyone at the same cultivation level. The 9 mountain peaks gave off blazing light at the same time, as if they were splitting the heavens and the earth. In the sky, a palace appeared, floating in mid-air, emitting a boundless aura. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The 8 thrones also flew towards the palace in the sky. The 9 thrones gathered, and then landed on a huge square in front of the palace. It was paved with white jade-like stones, and could almost be said to be a mirror. Ling Han only felt his body relax. Previously, when he sat on the throne produced a strong suction force on him and fixed him on it. But temporarily losing his freedom was not a bad thing, because he could feel the astonishing energy coming from the throne, improving his physique in all aspects. This was not an increase in his cultivation, but an increase in the essence of life, and there were many benefits. Unfortunately, when the throne's restraint disappeared, this kind of improvement also disappeared. Ling Han's heart moved, and he looked at the other 8 thrones. These people had sat on them for at least a few days, and how many benefits had they obtained? He stood up, and landed on the square. The other 8 people did the same, standing up one after another. Since the benefits were gone, what was the point of sitting? Ling Han's eyes swept over them, and he saw 2 familiar faces. Hong Tianbu, Princess Bai Shao. The other 6 people were completely unfamiliar, and he did not know any of them. The 5th peak is really weak. After waiting for so many geniuses, someone won, a man said disdainfully. He had the head of a tiger, and his ferocious aura was overwhelming. "I let you enjoy a few more days, are you still not satisfied?" An extremely burly man said with a smile, and his black and white eyes like a bear's head was especially eye-catching. "Bah, there's only 3 days in total. There won't be any benefits after that. It's not like you don't know that." The tiger-headed man sneered, staring at Ling Han with a terrifying ferocity. A mere extreme bone realm can also win? Just what kind of trash is this 5th peak? No wonder it's so slow. Hu Taifeng, he is Ling Han. Another man said. He had a pair of huge wings on his back, and his feet were bare. Upon closer inspection, they were actually a pair of claws that emitted a cold glint like that of refined iron. Ling Han's gaze turned cold. The demon race had 4 heavens pride experts, Huer, Hu Taifeng, Xiong Bao, and Ing Pekong. So, this tiger-headed man was definitely Hu Taifeng, bear-headed man was Xiong Bao, and bird-headed man was Ing Pekong. The monster race was indeed powerful. Crushing the human race in the immortal path wasn't just a joke. Adding Princess Bai Xiao, they already occupied at least 4 spots. Moreover, it was said that Hu Er was even stronger, so he definitely wouldn't be squeezed out. He swept his gaze over the 8 people, and his gaze locked onto an outrageously handsome man. This man's handsomeness was enough to make women jealous. If he were to change into women's clothes, he would definitely be a peerless beauty. He had a kind of beauty that transcended gender. He could be seen as handsome, but could also be seen as beautiful. Hu Er. Why was he so sure? Because he had a pair of furry ears and a tail that stuck out, but this didn't affect his charm at all. Hu Er was the #1 expert of the monster race's younger generation, a secret realm expert. Ling Han didn't know who was stronger, him or Princess Bai Xiao, but if the two of them were to face each other in a fair fight, he would definitely lose. Even if he really reached the 7-bone realm, or even the engravement realm, he still wouldn't be a match for a secret realm expert. Alright, just the demon race alone took up 5 spots. Adding him and Hong Tianbu, there were only 2 people whose identities were still unknown. He looked over and saw a man and a woman. The man was tall and slender, and should be a pure human. He was also very handsome, but with Hu Er here, perhaps no one would dare to call themselves a handsome man. There was also a woman, let's not talk about whether she was beautiful or not, just her figure was enough to scare people to death. Sturdy. She was at least as sturdy as 4 Ling Hans combined. One of her arms was already as thick as a normal person's thigh. Her body was wrapped in 2 pieces of beast skin, revealing a large area of her skin. But obviously, it was impossible for her to attract anyone's attention. This kind of spring scenery was politely declined. She also carried a mace on her back, and her eyes were like copper bells. It seemed like she would hit whoever she didn't like with the mace. Did you guys notice that there's an additional mark on your wrist? Ing Pekong didn't continue to harp on the issue of Ling Han. Because according to the rumors, this brat had an unclear relationship with Her Highness the Princess, and it wasn't something they could casually gossip about. Yes, what is this thing? I can't see it now. Hu Taifeng nodded. Ling Han also lowered his head. Just now when he got off the throne, he really did notice that there was an additional mark on his wrist. It flashed for a moment and then disappeared. Adding this to the fact that he had received merit from the mural, he had already been struck with 2 stamps. Who cares? Xiong Bao looked at Ling Han, Hong Tianbu, and the other 2 humans. If it were up to me, we should first get rid of these 4 humans. Alright, this whelp dragon can only belong to our demon race. Humans can stand aside. Ing Pekong nodded. Hong Tianbu clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, if you want to die, then go ahead. It was a simple sentence, but it was filled with deterrence. Princess Bai Xiao waved her hand and said, we still don't know the situation inside, let's enter the palace first. Yes, Your Highness. Xiong Bao, Ing Pekong, and Hu Taifeng all nodded. They were very respectful in front of this demon race princess. Even Hu Er bowed slightly, expressing his respect for Princess Bai Xiao. Let me introduce myself, I am Wu Lidong. That slender human said. I am Plum Blossom. The sturdy woman also said, her voice rumbling like thunder. She even patted her chest, causing waves to ripple. That must be muscles, Ling Han said with certainty. Did Plum Blossom provoke you? Why do you have to go against Plum Blossom? If you do this, I'll have a different opinion of Plum Blossom in the future. Ling Han. He also said. Hong Tianbu was arrogant, as if he disdained to be associated with them. Who is that guy? He's so arrogant. Plum Blossom used her hand to cover her mouth and asked in a low voice. But her voice was only a little bit lighter than a shout from an ordinary person. Hong Tianbu naturally heard it clearly. He couldn't help but frown, and a trace of killing intent circulated around him. Ling Han laughed. A guy who thinks he's infallible. Ling Han, are you courting death? Hong Tianbu said coldly. Ling Han immediately shouted exaggeratedly, My dear Bai Shao, someone wants to murder your dear husband. Chapter 3478. The basic battle prowess of the Rockmen was the same. In other words, no matter if they were in the mystery-seeking realm or the extreme bone realm, after fusing with the Rockmen, there would be no difference in strength. The difference was the ability to fight above one's level. The higher this ability was, the stronger the Rockman would be. Ling Han first had to get used to every move after fusing with the Rockman. This was called compatibility. It was like riding a horse. If one did not have good compatibility with the horse, it was very easy to fall off the horse. No matter how fast the horse was, could it escape? Besides, he had not entered the palace yet, so there was no death ray. He could only cultivate for half an hour a day, so he was not in a hurry. He did not know what this Rockman was made of. When he stuck his body to it, the stone was like water, soft and not resistant to force. His whole body sank into it. He entered the interior of the Rockman, and his whole body was wrapped in a layer of soft and bouncy stuff. His eyes could not see, but after he released his divine sense, everything around him was immediately captured in his sea of consciousness. Ling Han lifted his foot, and instantly, the Rockman also lifted its foot, landing high up. Pang! The earth shook, and the Rockman immediately slanted, almost losing its balance and falling to the ground. The current him was like a baby learning to walk. But he was not a real baby, after all. He quickly got used to this rhythm, and walked steadily. He tried swinging his fist. Boom! The Rockman also clenched its fist and punched out. It was like a tiger, but the strength was not very strong, at most a few tens of thousands of kilograms. Ling Han tried to use the demon monkey fist, and the Rockman immediately moved crookedly. Although it was somewhat similar, it was completely unable to unleash the true power of the demon monkey fist. He used the thunder light fist, and it was the same. It only had the form, but not the spirit. It was completely unable to unleash the speed of the thunder light fist. Psyche power was also not good, unable to communicate with high-level energy. This time, his strength had fallen to rock bottom. Whether it was martial techniques, psyche power, or magic tools, they were all completely useless. What he needed to develop now was the Rockman's battle prowess. To enter the palace door had to be opened first. Xiong Bao and Hu Taifeng had already pushed the door, but the Rockman was too big for the two of them to stand side by side. They could only do it one by one. But no matter how the two of them took turns, they could not open the stone door. If you can't even get through the door, how can you talk about getting first place? Their powers were limited, and they could only use the stone golem's own power. Therefore, it wasn't that the stone golem's power wasn't enough to open the door, but that their compatibility with the stone golem wasn't high enough. For example, the basic strength of the stone golems was 100,000 pounds, but they could only unleash 30,000 pounds or 40,000 pounds. Naturally, it was not enough. This was very natural. In the beginning, it was difficult for them to even make the stone golem walk normally, so it was naturally even more difficult for them to fully unleash the power of the stone golem. This was an advanced ability. Thus, all 9 of them commanded the stone golem to continuously throw punches and kicks to increase the compatibility as quickly as possible. It was so late that they did not want to sleep. No one wanted to waste time. The next morning, Ling Han exited the stone statue and began to cultivate. Unexpectedly, he wasn't the only one. Wu Lidong, Hong Tianbu, and Hu Er were all cultivating while facing the rising sun. Obviously, they hadn't reached the peak of their current realm, and still had room for improvement. Ling Han sensed for a moment and discovered at the speed at which Hong Tianbu and Hu Er extracted the power of heaven and earth was frighteningly fast. Obviously, the two of them had deciphered the mural's secret and obtained the inheritance. Hong Tianbu was able to do it, probably because he had fused with the eye of an ancient vicious creature. Therefore, he could see things that ordinary people couldn't. But what about Hu Er? Could it be that he had also cultivated an eye technique? Ling Han suppressed this doubt in his heart. Half an hour later, he re-entered the stone golem and continued to increase the compatibility. Compatibility, 50%. In the afternoon, a cold and indifferent voice resounded in Ling Han's sea of consciousness. Was this the stone golem talking to him? It wasn't very accurate to say that it was a conversation. It was just a message. It turned out that he had only reached 50% compatibility. Ling Han tried to push the door, and this time, he immediately received a message: you must reach 90% compatibility before you can open the door. Only when you reach 100% compatibility will your own basic attributes be added to the incarnation. Well, it was quite complicated. Ling Han continued to increase the compatibility. He discovered that, in this process, he had a new understanding of the word foundation. He had always thought that he had a perfect foundation, and this was true. However, he had neglected the most basic punches and palms. This couldn't be blamed on him, because once he could release his strength, no matter what technique it was, it would no longer be restricted to the form. In any case, as long as he punched, the power would be released. What mattered was whose strength was stronger and who could attract more high-level energy. But now, he felt that he was wrong. The foundation couldn't be ignored. In an evenly matched confrontation, whoever had a better foundation would obtain the final victory. This trial was very interesting. It never took the initiative to tell you what you should do and let you comprehend it on your own. Ling Han nodded. He no longer felt that it was boring. Instead, he was enjoying it. After one day, his compatibility had reached 60%. It had only increased by 10%, which was far from the efficiency of the first day. Starting from zero, the improvement was naturally the greatest. Ling Han didn't take it to heart. Early the next morning, he continued to cultivate. Everyone seemed to know that they had to reach 90% compatibility in order to open the palace door. Therefore, they all practiced with all their might. Soon, 3 days passed. Although Ling Han didn't bring the spirit-nurturing gourd with him, his spatial artifact wasn't affected. Therefore, he still had something to fill his stomach and didn't need to worry about starving. His compatibility finally increased to 90%. What made him even happier was that he had reached the peak of 6 bones. The Monkey King's technique, the stone wall's supplementary technique, and the recovery of the natural environment had created such a miracle. Ling Han began to break through the 7 bones. However, he had no clue. Although out of 10,000 engravement realm cultivators, only 10 or 20 might have cultivated 6 bones in the extreme bone realm, at least there were traces of it. However, 7 bones was not even a legend. He didn't even know if there was such a realm. Ling Han didn't know that there were 7 transformations before. After breaking through 6 transformations, the plane's power in his body suddenly activated and helped him reach 7 transformations. Therefore, Ling Han didn't know if there was a level of 7 bones. But no matter what, he had to think about it again and again. If he missed this level, then his cultivation path wouldn't be perfect. Ling Han used the plane's power in his body to reach 7 transformations. Now, this should be the key. However, no matter how hard he tried, the bones in his body had reached their limit after 6 transformations. No matter what he did, he couldn't shed any more bone fragments. It was possible to break through the shackles, but not the bones, but the organs in his body. This meant that Ling Han was about to enter the engravement realm. This didn't fit Ling Han's plan. Chapter 3479. Time quietly passed, and everyone's compatibility with the golem was increasing. Although the higher the compatibility, the harder it was to increase it further, 90% was still within reach. 2 days later, Hong Tianbu was the first to push open the palace gate. Ka ka ka, the palace gate opened with a loud sound. Even with the golem's tall figure blocking the light, Ling Han could still see a dazzling light flickering inside. Is this the death ray? You'll die if you shine it on me. Who would dare to use their body to test it? This was risking their life. Hong Tianbu entered without hesitation. Peng, 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 the golem heavily stomped on the ground, creating a loud sound. After he entered, the palace gate closed. Even if someone wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to sneak in, it would be impossible. But after a while, Fox 2 walked forward and easily pushed open the palace gate. Ling Han saw it and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. On the surface, Fox 2's progress was slower than Hong Tianbu's, but when he pushed open the gate, it was very easy. What did this mean? His compatibility with the golem should be more than 90%. This number 1 genius of the monster race really couldn't be underestimated. After a while, Princess Baishao also walked forward and pushed open the stone gate. She was also very relaxed. But the fourth person to enter the palace was beyond Ling Han's expectations. It was actually that thick plum blossom. She looked stupid, but her comprehension was actually so high. On this day, 4 people entered. On the second day, the remaining 4 people reached 90% compatibility and pushed the door open. Only Ling Han was left. In fact, he had already reached 100% compatibility, but he didn't want to enter until he broke through to the 7th transformation. What should he do? He didn't have much time to waste. Although the 8 people entering the palace would inevitably be fierce and wouldn't be smooth sailing, as time passed, someone would definitely win. Ling Han thought for a while and decided to give himself 3 days. If he didn't break through in 3 days, he could only enter. At worst, he wouldn't break through to the engravement realm. He had to try his best to perfect his realm. He continued to adapt to the stone man's fighting rhythm. After reaching 100% compatibility, Ling Han's own attributes would be added to the stone man's body, so his current strength had broken through 100,000 gene, almost 150,000 gene. Looking at it this way, even though there was a huge difference in everyone's combat prowess, when it was reflected on the stone man, the gap was much smaller. He was such a monster, yet his basic strength had only increased by 50%. The day passed quickly, but Ling Han was still clueless. He became more and more anxious as he paced around the entrance of the palace. When the sun rose the next day, Ling Han's eyes turned cold. He decided to take the risk. In the eyes of many people, the breakthrough of the 6 bones was already good enough. It only allowed him to go from being invincible across a major realm to being invincible across a major realm, but it was still very impressive. But to Ling Han, he could not accept the fact that there was such a high mountain peak, yet he did not climb it. Why would you take such a risk? Actually, this was also a flash of inspiration for Ling Han. Since he was tearing the shackles and carving inscription patterns on his internal organs, then couldn't he take the initiative to shatter the bones and push the shackles to shatter? This was indeed a risk, because it might not work, but the damage he would do to himself was real. However, Ling Han was a person who liked to take risks. Stake it all. He sat down cross-legged and started to cut off the bone fragments, practicing the breakthrough of the extreme bone realm. Ah, pain, pain, pain. He used his secret power as a blade and scraped across the bone. Indeed, he cut off some bone fragments, but incomparable pain immediately attacked him. He clenched his teeth and immediately stopped. In the past, when he broke through, the process of bone scraping happened automatically and didn't need him to push it. Therefore, he could endure the pain. But now, even though it was so painful, he still had to push it himself. It was like when a blade cut on the body, the hand would naturally stop. Could he still be ruthless? Even if he could cut off once, he would have to cut again. What about the third, fourth? Difficult. Ling Han's fighting spirit was reignited. If it wasn't difficult, then why hadn't the world heard of the legend of the seven bones? Because of this, after entering the seven bones, people would experience earth-shattering changes. Again. Ling Han pushed his secret power again and continued to cut off the bone. However, even though cold sweat was rolling down his forehead, he didn't feel any signs of a leap in life level. Could it be that the seven bones really didn't exist? Ling Han didn't believe it. It was because the seven bones was almost impossible to achieve that there were no rumors of it in the world. If he gave up now, then what difference would he be from a mediocre commoner? It was precisely because of the nothingness that once he broke through, the battle strength he obtained would naturally be strong enough to strike the heavens. It seemed that he wasn't ruthless enough to himself. Ling Han clenched his teeth and decided to give it a shot. Shatter the bone again. Ling Han had always been a crazy person when it came to cultivation. His eyes shone brightly as he circulated his secret power and started to shatter his bones. 7 transformations, a qualitative change akin to rebirth. That would allow him to shatter all the old things and welcome a new beginning. Of course, Ling Han wasn't crazy to the extreme, because even if he failed, as long as he merged with the stone man, his battle strength wouldn't be affected. Crack, crack, crack. His bones continued to shatter, and Ling Han couldn't even maintain a cross-legged posture. He slumped to the ground like a plate of loose sand. Should he continue? Continue? Ling Han gritted his teeth and continued to shatter his broken bones, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8, but his life level still didn't change. This was enough to make one despair, right? Ling Han didn't think so. He believed that there must have been countless geniuses and madmen in history who had broken through to the 7 bones. Didn't they think of this move? Again, again, again. Ling Han became even crazier as he began to grind his bones. Instantly, he felt death approaching. Humans couldn't be boneless. Bones supported the most basic form of the body. If all his bones turned into powder, would he still be a human? Ling Han used his secret power to simulate bones, supported his body, and continued the process of shattering his bones. He believed that most of the people in history were scared stiff when they reached this step. This was for the sake of pursuing the most powerful, not courting death. Meanwhile, there were some who continued, but instead died. Thus, he had to think of another way. Ling Han's heart stirred, and he began to mobilize the power of the plane in his body. As his will flowed, it instantly affected all the living beings in those planes. In this inner world, Ling Han was the ruler. Billions of living beings responded in unison, emitting a weak will toward him, as if to encourage him, but also as if to give him some kind of power. It could even be called a blessing. A miraculous scene finally appeared. His broken bones glowed brilliantly, and the upgrade of his life's hierarchy finally arrived. 7 bones, begin. Chapter 3481. Pung, pung, pung. The golem sprinted. It did not know Qigong, nor did it know any movement techniques. It only relied on its immense strength to move. With a single leap, it leaped far away, and with another step, it had left a distance of several meters behind. The palace was very large and spacious. Otherwise, the golem, which was 15 meters tall, would not even be able to stand straight. Along the way, Ling Han passed by many doors. From the looks of it, they should have been tightly shut, but they had been violently smashed open. There were obvious signs of damage. This actually benefited Ling Han, as he passed through them effortlessly. He ran, and after about 4 hours, he finally saw 8 golems in front of him. They were in an intense battle, 3 against 5. It should be the 5 demons ganging up on the 3 humans. The 9 golems all had slight differences. Ling Han used his previous memories to match the 8 of them. This was Hong Tianbu, this was Princess Bai Xiao, and this was Hu'er. He was able to recognize all 8 of them with a single glance. Hearing the huge commotion caused by Ling Han's arrival, the 8 of them stopped fighting at the same time and looked at him. Ling Han, you're finally here. Wu Lidong transmitted his divine sense. His voice could not be transmitted out of the golem, so he could only communicate with his divine sense. Ling Han smiled and similarly replied with his divine sense, am I late? It's better to be late than never. Plum Blossom also said, we can't hold on much longer. Only Hong Tianbu did not speak. He was too arrogant and thought that he alone could sweep away the 5 demons. The others would only be a burden to him and would only have the opposite effect. You spent so many geniuses to reach a 90% compatibility. Do you expect him to be able to turn the situation around for you? Xiong Bao laughed loudly. He leaped over and smashed a fist towards Ling Han. Watch me finish him off with one punch. The golem sprinted over and waved its fist. Rumble, there were no variations, but the momentum was astonishing. Ling Han clenched his fist and pulled his elbow back slightly. Then, when Xiong Bao rushed over, he punched again. Bam! The 2 stone fists smashed into each other, and Xiong Bao was forced to retreat several dozen feet in a single breath. Only when he collided with a pillar did his retreat finally stop. Everyone was stunned by the punch. Damn, that was too fierce. No matter how great the difference in their cultivation was before, no matter how great the difference in their battle prowess was, after merging with the Stone Man, the difference was greatly reduced. Even those as strong as Hu'er and Hong Tianbu only had a strength of 140,000 jin. Princess Bai Xiao had a strength of 130,000 jin, while Xiong Bao, Mei Hua, and the others had a strength of 120,000 jin. There was indeed a difference, but with such a small difference in strength, it was very difficult to make a decisive decision. On the contrary, the demons had the advantage in numbers, so they had the upper hand. Inside the Stone Man, one could not use movement techniques or martial techniques. It was like a fight between ordinary people. They could only compete on strength and adaptability. Inside the palace, there were many sealed doors that needed to be broken open. Therefore, even if Xiong Bao and the others had entered late, they still managed to catch up with Hong Tianbu, Hu'er, and the others. As the number of people increased, the battle became more and more deadlocked. If they could easily finish the battle, they would have reached the end of the palace by now. But now? Ling Han's punch had actually forced Xiong Bao to retreat more than 30 meters. Perhaps the power was not limited to that. This strength was too terrifying. In an instant, the other 8 people felt an intense fear. If everyone's strength was equal, then it would be fine, as they could restrain each other. But now, Ling Han outshone others, and it aroused the hostility of the other 8 people. If it was a fair competition, who would be Ling Han's opponent? This brat had stayed outside for so long, so it was not that his compatibility was increasing slowly, but that he was increasing his battle prowess. The problem was, how did he obtain this? Only the ability to fight above one's level could increase the strength of the Stone Man, but this ability could be increased after 2 or 3 days of training. When Ling Han saw this, he knew what these 8 people were thinking. They had to get rid of themselves first, otherwise, none of them would be able to reach the top. Only when their strength was equal would there be a possibility of competition. Otherwise, it would be a one-sided abuse. Ling Han smiled slightly, not caring at all. He was the strongest of the same level, why would he be afraid of being ganged up on? Come. He took the initiative to attack. Human brat, you're too arrogant. Ing Pokong welcomed him, taking the initiative to attack. Hu Taifeng cooperated closely with him, attacking from the other side. Ling Han was fearless, and when the two of them came close, he swung both fists. Bang bang. The two stone men were instantly repelled by him, but Ling Han also took 2 punches. Although they did not harm him at all, he received a notification: the defensive energy has been weakened by 30%. When it falls to 0, the avatar will receive damage. When the damage reaches 100%, it will not be able to continue fighting. The defensive energy will automatically recover when not in combat, recovering 1 point every 10 seconds. Ling Han was shocked. So there was such a setting. No wonder Xiaofan stopped attacking after taking 1 punch. The defensive energy had definitely been blasted away, or it was nearing the bottom, so he needed to leave the battle and wait for the defensive energy to recover. Little brother Ling, I'm sorry. Plum Blossom also attacked. Ling Han's strength had already surpassed the threat of the Yao race. At least if it was 3 against 5, although they were at a disadvantage, it was not that they could not fight. But if they did not send Ling Han out first, then whether it was the Yao race 5 or the human race 3, they would not be Ling Han's match. Ling Han chuckled, completely fearless. He swung his fists to meet them. Bang bang bang, he fought fiercely with Plum Blossom. The others were not idle either, rushing forward one after another, joining the ranks of the encirclement. However, Hu Taifeng, Xiaofan, and Ing Pokong did not go forward. They were making use of the time to recover their defensive energy. This was very disadvantageous to Ling Han. He had lost a portion of his defensive energy, and it was impossible to recover under the encirclement. After a long battle, the defensive energy would definitely be exhausted, and the following attacks would cause damage to the stone men, until he was knocked out of the ranks of the competition. You guys are too simple-minded. Ling Han's legs bent slightly, and he suddenly exploded with power. Peng, the stone man instantly soared into the sky, leaping up to a height of 9 zhang. He grabbed onto the ornaments on the ceiling, and jumped like an ape. Peng, when his figure landed on the ground, he had already appeared beside Xiaofan and the other two. Fuck, he could do this? Hong Tianbu and the other 4 were all shocked. They had naturally tried the stone man's jumping ability, but they could only jump up to a height of 3 zhang. The main reason was that the stone man was too heavy, and even if it had a strength of over 100,000 jin, it was still impossible for it to jump very high. This was not enough to touch the ceiling, and naturally could not be like Ling Han, who had escaped from the battle like an ape. After fusing with the stone man, everyone's reactions were slightly slow. They sluggishly turned around, and rushed towards Ling Han. Ling Han smiled, and punched repeatedly at Xiaofan. Chapter 3482. Xiaofan was helpless, he could only fight against Ling Han. Otherwise, if he was hit in his weak spot, his defensive energy would drop even faster. But in this kind of fight, the stronger one would win. Every time he received a punch, he would be pushed back, and his defensive energy would drop in a straight line. In just 3 punches, his defensive energy was completely gone. Peng peng peng. Ling Han attacked again and again, every punch made Xiaofan's golem retreat. From the outside, the golem was not injured at all, but only Xiaofan himself knew how terrible his current situation was. Incarnation damage, 30%. Incarnation damage, 42%. Incarnation damage, 56%. Incarnation. He kept receiving notifications like this, making him anxious and shocked. If the damage reached 100%, it meant that the golem would lose its use, and he would no longer be able to control it. And in this place filled with death light, how would he dare to move without the golem? He would not die, but he would probably have to wait for the fledgling dragon to appear before he could leave this place. It was said that the winner of the fledgling dragon trial would obtain a great opportunity. He did not want to miss it. Ah! He roared, fighting back. However, in front of absolute power, his resistance was like a splash in the ocean, insignificant. In this kind of battle, blood chi boiling was useless, ultimate techniques were useless, and magic tools were useless. Incarnation damage, 74%. Incarnation damage, 89%. Incarnation damage, 100%, you have lost the ability to move. Xiong Bao discovered that he could no longer control the golem. It's over. Ling Han received a reminder, your enemy has lost the ability to fight, there is no need to attack anymore. Good, one down. He turned around, and at this time, Hong Tianbu and the other 5 finally arrived. He laughed, and once again leapt up, breaking through the encirclement, landing towards Ing Pekong and Hu Taifeng. Boom! The two punched out at the same time, towards Ling Han. We've been waiting for you. The two said. Ling Han sidestepped, dodging Hu Taifeng's fist, and then returned with a punch, colliding with Ing Pekong. Peng, Ing Pekong was no match, and retreated. Ling Han gave another flying kick, sending Hu Taifeng flying. Then, he chased after Ing Pekong. On the other side, Hong Tianbu and the other 4 were in hot pursuit. If they allowed Ling Han to defeat them one by one, they would all be finished. However, Ling Han had the advantage in every aspect, whether it was strength or speed. Bang bang bang! Ling Han violently abused Ing Pekong. Under a series of angry punches, Ing Pekong didn't even have the strength to resist. Tang, 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 he could only continuously retreat. Meanwhile, in Ing Pekong's sea of consciousness, the notifications he received did not stop. Finally, Ling Han received a notification saying that Eagle Splitter had died. Okay, only 6 left. He fixed his gaze on Hu Taifeng, but Hu Taifeng had learned his lesson this time, and stood together with Hong Tianbu and the others. Can this be considered a sincere cooperation? Ling Han laughed. Hong Tianbu was instantly enraged. In terms of true battle prowess, he would be able to crush Ling Han with a single finger, but in this current situation, he was actually unable to do anything to Ling Han even after joining forces with others. This was a result that he could not accept. He killed his way out alone. Although there was a gap in strength between the two, he believed that with his own battle skills, he could definitely suppress Ling Han. However, it was useless. Ling Han had previously constantly practiced his basic movements, and had grasped the essentials of each punch, palm, and kick perfectly. In terms of battle skills, Ling Han did not lose at all. Thus, the difference in strength was completely reflected. Under Ling Han's violent attacks, Hong Tianbu's stone golem's defensive energy was quickly destroyed, and the damage greatly increased. Fortunately, the others rushed over and helped him resolve his predicament. The defensive energy would recover after leaving the battle, but the damage could not be recovered. Even if Ling Han was killed by them, Hong Tianbu would still be in an extremely disadvantageous position in the following battle. Ling Han already had victory in his grasp. Using his more agile movement technique, he unceasingly attacked the 6 people who were at the edge, exhausting their defensive energy. In any case, everyone was in a state of battle, and no one would be able to recover their defensive energy. After half a day's time, the 6 people's defensive energy was more or less completely worn out. If this continued, victory would inevitably belong to Ling Han. Huer made a prompt decision and said, "Princess, you go first, I'll block here." Hu Taifeng clenched his teeth and said, "That's right, Princess, you go first." If this continued, victory would belong to Ling Han. Although Ling Han had an unclear relationship with their princess, he was still not the demon race's son-in-law. At this time, they naturally could not let him go. Princess Bai Xiao slightly hesitated, then turned around and went to break the door. Hong Tianbu originally wanted to stop her, but after thinking about it, he gave up. As long as the door opened, he would immediately rush out and let Hu'er block Ling Han. With Hu'er's strength, it should not be difficult for him to block Ling Han for a few minutes, and if there was no one to block him, a few minutes would be enough for him to run very far. If this stone door was the end point, then he would definitely be able to obtain first place. Ling Han laughed heartily. "You guys are looking down on me too much." He rushed out and attacked from the front. Hu'er came forward to meet him. He was clearly an incomparably clumsy stone man, but he actually gave Ling Han a feeling of lightness. This guy was truly extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary he would still be defeated by Hu'er. Ling Han mercilessly punched out. On the other side, Hong Tianbu, Hu Taifeng, Plum Blossom, and Wu Lidong all attacked together. They all had the same idea, and that was to wait for the door to be broken open, then they would take the opportunity to kill their way out. Ling Han would just let the others block him. However, their defensive energy had already been destroyed by Ling Han, and every punch was a real injury. Bang! Hu Taifeng was the first to withdraw from the battle. The damage to the stone man had already reached 100%. The reason why he was the first was because he had already steeled his heart to fight to the death with Ling Han. He wanted to send Princess Bai Xiao to the first place. Ling Han also paid a price for this, and his defensive energy had dropped to 50%. He continued to fight, and after a while, Plum Blossom could only helplessly withdraw, while Ling Han's defensive energy had dropped to 17%. When Wu Lidong also retreated from the battle, Ling Han's defensive energy had already fallen to rock bottom. He had already started to suffer substantial damage. Although there was only Hu'er and Hong Tianbu left now, the battle prowess of these two people was still extremely powerful. In terms of power, Ling Han only surpassed them by 1/3, unlike when he was facing Hu Taifeng and the others, who had a power advantage of almost 100%. Fight, fight, fight. Hu'er and Hong Tianbu both displayed astonishing battle prowess. However, it was still Ling Han who was stronger. After all, he had slaughtered his way out of the origin world, and his battle experience was something that Hu'er and the others couldn't compare to. Bang! At this time, the palace door had already been broken open by Princess Bai Xiao, and a huge dragon statue impressively appeared behind the door. Chapter 3483. Peng, peng, peng. The golem sprinted. It did not know Qigong, nor did it know any movement techniques. It only relied on its immense strength to move. With a single leap, it leaped far away, and with another step, it had left a distance of several meters behind. The palace was very large and spacious. Otherwise, the golem, which was 15 meters tall, would not even be able to stand straight. Along the way, Ling Han passed by many doors. From the looks of it, they should have been tightly shut, but they had been violently smashed open. There were obvious signs of damage. This actually benefited Ling Han, as he passed through them effortlessly. He ran, and after about 4 hours, he finally saw 8 golems in front of him. They were in an intense battle, 3 against 5. It should be the 5 demons ganging up on the 3 humans. The 9 golems all had slight differences. Ling Han used his previous memories to match the 8 of them. This was Hong Tianbu, this was Princess Bai Xiao, and this was Hu'er. He was able to recognize all 8 of them with a single glance. Hearing the huge commotion caused by Ling Han's arrival, the 8 of them stopped fighting at the same time and looked at him. Ling Han, you're finally here. Wu Lidong transmitted his divine sense. His voice could not be transmitted out of the golem, so he could only communicate with his divine sense. Ling Han smiled and similarly replied with his divine sense, "Am I late? It's better to be late than never." Plum Blossom also said, "We can't hold on much longer." Only Hong Tianbu did not speak. He was too arrogant and thought that he alone could sweep away the 5 demons. The others would only be a burden to him and would only have the opposite effect. You spent so many geniuses to reach a 90% compatibility. Do you expect him to be able to turn the situation around for you? Xiong Bao laughed loudly. He leaped over and punched at Ling Han. "Watch me finish him off with one punch." The golem sprinted over and waved its fist. Boom, boom, boom. There were no variations to speak of, but the momentum was astonishing. Ling Han clenched his fist and pulled his elbow back slightly. When Xiong Bao rushed over, he punched again. Bam! The 2 stone fists smashed into each other, and Xiong Bao was forced to retreat several dozen feet in a single breath. Only when he collided with a pillar did his retreat finally stop. Everyone was stunned by the punch. Damn, that was too fierce. No matter how great the difference in their cultivation was before, no matter how great the difference in their battle prowess was, after merging with the Stone Man, the difference was greatly reduced. Even those as strong as Hu Er and Hong Tianbu only had a strength of 140,000 jin. Princess Bai Xiao had a strength of 130,000 jin, while Xiong Bao, Mei Hua, and the others had a strength of 120,000 jin. There was indeed a difference, but with such a small difference in strength, it was very difficult to make a decisive decision. On the contrary, the demons had the advantage in numbers, so they had the upper hand. Inside the Stone Man, one could not use movement techniques or martial techniques. It was like a fight between ordinary people. They could only compete on strength and adaptability. Inside the palace, there were many sealed doors that needed to be broken open. Therefore, even if Xiong Bao and the others had entered late, they still managed to catch up with Hong Tianbu, Hu Er, and the others. As the number of people increased, the battle became more and more deadlocked. If they could easily finish the battle, they would have reached the end of the palace by now. But now? Ling Han's punch had actually forced Xiong Bao to retreat more than 30 meters. Perhaps the power was not limited to that. This strength was too terrifying. In an instant, the other 8 people felt an intense fear. If everyone's strength was equal, then it would be fine, as they could restrain each other. But now, Ling Han outshone others, and it aroused the hostility of the other 8 people. If it was a fair competition, who would be Ling Han's opponent? This brat had stayed outside for so long, so it was not that his compatibility was increasing slowly, but that he was increasing his battle prowess. The problem was, how did he obtain this? Only the ability to fight above one's level could increase the strength of the Stone Man, but this ability could be increased after 2 or 3 days of training. When Ling Han saw this, he knew what these 8 people were thinking. They had to get rid of themselves first, otherwise, none of them would be able to reach the top. Only when their strength was equal would there be a possibility of competition. Otherwise, it would be a one-sided abuse. Ling Han smiled slightly, not caring at all. He was the strongest of the same level, why would he be afraid of being ganged up on? Come. He took the initiative to attack. Human brat, you're too arrogant. Ing Pokong welcomed him, taking the initiative to attack. Hu Taifeng cooperated closely with him, attacking from the other side. Ling Han was fearless, and when the 2 of them came close, he swung both fists. Bang bang. The 2 stone men were instantly repelled by him, but Ling Han also took 2 punches. Although they did not harm him at all, he received a notification: the defensive energy has been weakened by 30%. When it falls to 0, the avatar will receive damage. When the damage reaches 100%, it will not be able to continue fighting. The defensive energy will automatically recover when not in combat, recovering 1 point every 10 seconds. Ling Han was shocked. So there was such a setting. No wonder Xiong Bao stopped attacking after taking one punch. The defensive energy had definitely been blasted away, or it was nearing the bottom, so he needed to leave the battle and wait for the defensive energy to recover. Little brother Ling, I'm sorry. Plum Blossom also attacked. Ling Han's strength had already surpassed the threat of the Yao race. At least if it was 3 against 5, although they were at a disadvantage, it was not that they could not fight. But if they did not send Ling Han out first, then whether it was the Yao race 5 or the human race 3, they would not be Ling Han's match. Ling Han chuckled, completely fearless. He swung his fists to meet them. Bang bang bang, he fought fiercely with Plum Blossom. The others were not idle either, rushing forward one after another, joining the ranks of the encirclement. However, Hu Taifeng, Xiong Bao, and Ing Pokong did not go forward. They were making use of the time to recover their defensive energy. This was very disadvantageous to Ling Han. He had lost a portion of his defensive energy, and it was impossible to recover under the encirclement. After a long battle, the defensive energy would definitely be exhausted, and the following attacks would cause damage to the stone men, until he was knocked out of the ranks of the competition. You guys are too simple-minded. Ling Han's legs bent slightly, and he suddenly exploded with power. Peng, the stone man instantly soared into the sky, leaping up to a height of 9 zhang. He grabbed onto the ornaments on the ceiling, and jumped like an ape. Peng, when his figure landed on the ground, he had already appeared beside Xiong Bao and the other two. Fuck, he could do this? Hong Tianbu and the other 4 were all shocked. They had naturally tried the stone man's jumping ability, but they could only jump up to a height of 3 zhang. The main reason was that the stone man was too heavy, and even if it had a strength of over 100,000 jin, it was still impossible for it to jump very high. This was not enough to touch the ceiling, and naturally could not be like Ling Han, who had left the battle like an ape. After fusing with the stone man, everyone's reactions were slightly slow. They sluggishly turned around, and rushed towards Ling Han. Ling Han smiled, and punched repeatedly at Xiong Bao. Chapter 3485. Although they didn't receive any hint, as long as they saw the dragon statue, everyone could guess that it was the end of the palace. It was the statue of a young dragon. The person who arrived at the feet of the young dragon or touched it should be the final winner of the young dragon trial. Currently, the only ones who could move were Ling Han, Hong Tianbu, Hu Er, and Princess Bai Xiao. Who could stand out? Scram! Hong Tianbu immediately turned around and charged at Princess Bai Xiao, punching out with the intention of blasting her away. Hu Er abandoned Ling Han and went to intercept Hong Tianbu. He had previously blocked Ling Han not to pave the way for Hong Tianbu. Ling Han charged forward. This time, it became a 3-way battle. Apart from Hu Er, the other 2 wanted to kill their way into the palace. Hu Er only attacked and didn't defend. In order to stall Ling Han and Hong Tianbu, he naturally suffered the combined attacks of the 2. Very quickly, the stone statue's damage reached 100%, and he could only watch helplessly. Ling Han and Hong Tianbu fought while chasing after Princess Bai Xiao. The girl was the first to enter the palace. Ling Han sent Hong Tianbu flying with a punch. He had the absolute upper hand in terms of strength, and then his legs exploded with full strength. Peng, 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 he ran as if he was flying, chasing after Princess Bai Xiao. Princess Bai Xiao was only 6 meters away from the stone dragon. Just when she thought that she was going to win, she sensed Ling Han closing in. She immediately ran with all her might. Even if everyone joined hands, they wouldn't be Ling Han's opponent. Turning around and fighting him was clearly not a good idea. But before she could take 3 steps, Ling Han had already caught up to her. With a knock, peng, she immediately fell to the side. She hurriedly charged back, brandishing her fists at Ling Han. Ling Han turned around and threw a punch, blocking Princess Bai Zhao's attack. However, because of this, his momentum naturally came to a halt, and Hong Tianbu was also rapidly closing in. Without hesitation, he threw another punch at Ling Han, wanting to seize the opportunity to overtake him. Bam! With a sweep of his leg, Ling Han swept Hong Tianbu to the ground. The weight of the stone man was incomparably heavy, and it emitted a dull sound. At this moment, Princess Bai Zhao also took the opportunity to move forward. As long as she reached the stone statue first, she would be the winner. Unfortunately, she had only taken a few steps before Ling Han caught up with her again. Once again, she was knocked off course. Hong Tianbu got up and chased after him again, but the distance between them was already too great, and he couldn't catch up at all. Ling Han was the first to arrive before the dragon statue. He placed his hand on it, and immediately, the entire stone statue shone. Hong, a wave of light surged out, and the palace that was originally shining brightly immediately darkened. Ling Han automatically floated out of the golem and was pulled by a force, slowly floating in the air. No! Hong Tianbu also jumped out from the stone man. Now that the death ray had disappeared, he was naturally not afraid of being illuminated to death. He strode toward Ling Han, and with a long roar, he leaped high into the air and struck out with his palm. Wang, the light flickered, and Hong Tianbu was sent flying, unable to approach Ling Han at all. The others also came out from the stone men, but they did not attack. That was because Ling Han had obtained first place, and had obtained the approval of this trial ground. They could not harm him at all. They were all disappointed and rueful. Who would have thought that the winner would actually be a weakling in the ultimate bone tier? In Ling Han's consciousness, there was a bright light flickering, forming countless characters. These characters then formed human figures, and they were performing some kind of technique. This was the 3 moves of the war god. Ling Han grasped the information within. The 3 moves of the war god drew upon the power of heaven and earth, and unleashed an overwhelming attack. Each move was fiercer than the previous, but the limit was the 3 moves. After the 3rd move, the body would suffer an indescribable burden, and it would be impossible to use any more moves. This was a true ultimate move, just like the heavenly pattern jade. Even so, Ling Han still felt somewhat regretful. This was the final reward of the fledgling dragon trial. Too stingy. He felt that it was not even as good as the supplementary techniques he had obtained from the murals. Forget it, he could not object. Furthermore, the other party had said that this was a selection of fledgling dragons. As long as one could distinguish himself from the 9 peaks, he would be able to participate in the true dragon trial in the future. Being able to be named after a true dragon, this trial should have many rewards. Ling Han floated high in the air, and behind him was a true dragon dancing furiously. No matter which peak he was on, he could be seen clearly. What? He actually obtained first place in the fledgling dragon trial. One of the 2 prides of the imperial capital, Ling Han. Isn't he at the ultimate bone tier? He can suppress Hong Tianbu. Didn't the demon race also send many geniuses? That Hu'er is known as the number 1 demon race, but how could he not suppress a puny ultimate bone tier? Don't you guys know that cultivation levels are suppressed here? That's true. Then doesn't that mean that Ling Han is the strongest among those of the same cultivation level? That must be the only explanation. Everyone sighed with emotion. They were not clear about the real situation, and could only make deductions from the information they knew. Although they did not guess completely correctly, they had accidentally guessed that Ling Han was indeed the strongest among those of the same cultivation level. That was why he was able to obtain first place in the fledgling dragon trial. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In just an instant, everyone in the trial grounds was repelled by a mysterious and powerful force. One by one, they were shaken out of the ancient ruins and scattered around the entrance like scattered flowers. Ling Han was also in the same situation. He was thrown to the side of a small stream, and there was a gentle power enveloping him. Only when he landed on the ground did this power disappear, so that he would not fall from a high place and die. He looked at his wrist and saw that there was a third mark on it, and it also disappeared in a flash. He had been stamped again. Why did the people here like to stamp their names so much? He shook his head and immediately went into action. He had to pick up a few milk babies and return to the imperial capital. However, he did not go far before he bumped into a group of people. He did not know these 5 people, but they obviously knew him. They were stunned at first, and then looked pleasantly surprised. "Seventh uncle, this kid is Ling Han." One of them pointed at Ling Han, looking a little excited. "Ha, you've really worn out iron shoes in fruitless search, and now you've delivered yourself to me." One of the 5 was a middle-aged man, and the other 4 were very young. The middle-aged man laughed loudly, his face full of excitement. Ling Han rubbed his chin and said, "Do you think I'm a fat sheep? You're only at the extreme bone realm, but you've become first in the fledgling dragon trial. Instead of finding a place to hide, you actually dare to strut around like this. Tell me, if I don't kill you and take your opportunity, will the heavens forgive me?" The middle-aged man was still laughing. "You're so confident?" Ling Han laughed. "Huh, you think you're invincible just because you obtained first place in the fledgling dragon trial?" The middle-aged man sneered. "In a battle of the same cultivation level, you may indeed be first in the world, but unfortunately, I won't fight you at the same cultivation level now. I'm at the enlightening realm," the man said proudly. Chapter 3486. Ling Han smiled. "So what if you're at the enlightenment state? Kid, are you stupid?" A young man couldn't help but jump out and shout. "You're only at the extreme bone realm. No matter how monstrous you are, how can you be a match for an enlightening realm? This brat got first place in the fledgling dragon trial, so he thinks he's invincible. Hee, that's possible. Today, I'll let him know the consequences of arrogance." The 4 young men shouted in an extremely arrogant manner. Ling Han looked at them and said, "Do you only know how to bark? Come, I'll suppress you with one move. If I use one more move, I'll admit defeat." 2 of the young men were indignant and wanted to rush out, but they were stopped by the other 2. "Don't lower yourself to his level. You're about to die. Why do you care what he says?" With this advice, the 2 impulsive young men calmed down. The middle-aged man didn't care about all this. He stared at Ling Han and said coldly, "Hand over all your treasures and cultivation techniques and swear to join my Ma clan. I can make an exception and spare your life." Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. "You want to rob me of all my opportunities, and you want me to become a slave. Yet, I still have to thank you. Kid, if you lose your life, what opportunities and dignity do you have? What meaning do you have?" asked the middle-aged man indifferently. His name was Ma Lirong. Ling Han nodded and said, "Since you've said so, come on, we're robbing. Hand over all your valuables and castrate yourselves, and I'll spare your lives." Ma Lirong's face darkened. He had never seen a fellow like Ling Han who didn't know what was good for him. He had already said that he had already made an exception and spared Ling Han's life, but Ling Han still dared to talk back to him. They were really tired of living. "You're courting death." He walked out with large strides. Hong, the power in his body surged, his bones clanged, the inscription patterns on his organs lit up, and the acupoints all over his body shone like stars. This was a master of the enlightening state. He used to be a top-notch existence on Heavenly Ocean Star, but now he seemed to have been overturned. Ling Han crossed his arms in front of his chest in disdain. Ma Lirong was furious. He pointed out with a finger. Pooh! A gust of wind shot out toward Ling Han. Ling Han dodged to the side, and the finger-generated wind instantly brushed past him. Once the enlightening state gets serious, how can you dodge? Ma Lirong sneered. He opened his right hand and slapped at Ling Han. This time, it was terrifying. The force turned into a ball of energy the size of a manhole cover. Ling Han clenched his fist and met the attack head-on. Bam! In the collision, he staggered backward, but Ma Lirong's attack was also neutralized by him. Ling Han was not satisfied. His opponent was only at the middle stage of the enlightening state, but in terms of raw power, he was still no match for him. Fighting power on par with the middle stage of the enlightening realm and strength on par with the middle stage of the enlightening realm were two different concepts. However, Ma Lirong had goosebumps all over his body. He felt an indescribable fear. What kind of situation was this? A person at the extreme bone stage could actually be a match for him? This was a gap of two large realms. How was this possible? Not only him, but the four young men also seemed to have been hit by a stick. They were all dumbfounded. After a while, one of the young men opened his mouth and tried to explain. Seventh uncle must not have used his full strength. Yes, seventh uncle must have gone easy on him. There's no other way. His opponent is too weak. If he had killed him directly, how would he have asked for his cultivation technique? The others also said one after another. They even laughed and pretended to be calm. Ma Lirong also took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He said, Ling Han, I only used 10% of my strength in that attack. So, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently hand over your cultivation technique and treasure. Don't make a mistake. Ling Han smiled. Is that so? Then I'm really sorry. I only used 1% of my strength in that attack. Fuck, who bragged like this? Ma Lirong felt like he was going crazy. He was already thick-skinned enough, but why was Ling Han even more shameless? Good, you won't give up until you see your coffin, he said coldly. Xiao, his figure moved, and he attacked. 4 times the speed of sound. Ling Han chuckled. He had reached 4 times the speed of sound before he had advanced into the 7th bone realm. Now, he probably did not need to use wind and cloud to reach such a high speed. He also moved, and started a guerrilla battle with Ma Lirong. The two of them were astonishingly fast. 4 times the speed of sound. Fortunately, their physiques were astonishingly strong. Otherwise, if they had to turn and stop at such a high speed, their bodies would have collapsed first. The sound of explosions did not stop, and the shock waves brought about wave after wave. Those with weaker strength could not even get close, and were directly sent flying by the sound waves. Ma Lirong was shocked. How could this brat's speed be so abnormal? He used a movement technique, and his speed increased again, reaching about 4.5 times the speed of sound. Ling Han also used wind and cloud. This did not allow his speed to reach 5 times the speed of sound, but it reached 4.7 times the speed of sound. He was slightly faster than Ma Lirong. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. He blasted out lightning fists through the air, and one ball of light after another shot towards Ma Lirong at an astonishing speed. Even Ma Lirong could not dodge it, and had to raise his hand to block it. Pang, pang, pang. Amidst the flashes of light, Ma Lirong was left with only the strength to block. Pooh! The 4 young men all spurted out, and their eyes widened. This scene was completely unacceptable to them. An awakening realm expert was actually being suppressed by an extreme bone realm. No one would believe it even if they said it out loud. How could there be such an abnormal guy? Ma Lirong roared. He had all his strength, but because he could not see Ling Han's figure, he could not use it at all. He could only passively block Ling Han's attack. How could he not be angry? "Brat, do you only know such despicable moves?" he shouted. This was a despicable move. Ling Han could not help but laugh. "You, an awakening realm cultivator, came to bully me, a extreme bone realm cultivator, and you have the nerve to call me despicable? Alright, let's fight head on." Ling Han suddenly stopped, and then rushed towards Ma Lirong. Ma Lirong was overjoyed. He did not think that Ling Han would be so easily provoked. "Brat, you're too inexperienced." He laughed loudly, and his hands formed palms, slapping towards Ling Han. But when he slapped out with both palms, he suddenly realized that there was a hammer in Ling Han's hands. Ling Han raised it, and with a flash of lightning, it smashed towards his head. Fuck, an artifact. He was shocked. This was definitely an artifact above the path of immortality, and the power it emitted made him feel a chill. "You're too cunning, pretending to fight me head-on, but who would have thought that you would directly take out a high-grade artifact?" Although it was only a one-star artifact, to people below the path of immortality, a one-star artifact was also a high-grade artifact. He hurriedly rolled away and dodged to the side. Chapter 3487. Ling Han didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he stopped in his tracks and lightly shook the warhammer in his hand. "Why did you run away?" Ma Lirong's face alternated between red and green, but he couldn't say a word. Could he say that it was unfair for Ling Han to use a high-grade artifact? He had the advantage of 2 realms, and that was the greatest injustice. As long as he still had some face, would he have the nerve to criticize him? But rolling on the ground was the truth, and he couldn't deny it. How could he endure rolling on the ground in front of a puny extreme bone realm cultivator in such a sorry state? Not only was his face red, but it was practically swollen from the slap. He stared at Ling Han with a sense of anger, but also covetous. This kid was practically a treasure trove. He had to take him down. He took a deep breath and cast aside all his dignity. Tangible benefits were the most important. Ling Han saw this and couldn't help but smile. "Looks like you're going to be shameless. The more you talk now, the more painful it will be later," Ma Lirong said coldly. He swore that he wouldn't kill Ling Han so easily, but would use all means possible to make him wish he was dead. Ling Han smiled and took out the heavenly pattern jade. He was confident that he could match Ma Lirong with his current strength, but it would definitely take a lot of time to defeat him. He didn't have time to waste now. He had to find the 7 milk babies as soon as possible. Who knew how much trouble they would cause if no one took care of them? He was surprised to find that he only needed 3 seconds to press the heavenly rune jade down to 1 caddy, and this wasn't even the limit. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Castrate yourself now, and I can still let you live," Ling Han said with a smile as he continued to compress the heavenly pattern jade. "Reckless." Ma Lirong charged out. He didn't want to hear a single word from Ling Han, and only wanted to hear him groan in pain. Ling Han moved, tossing out the heavenly pattern jade. Its original speed reached 6.5 times the speed of sound, and under the push of his mental power, its speed increased to 3.5 times the speed of sound. 10 times the speed of sound. Ma Lirong was shocked. How could he dodge an attack that was 10 times the speed of sound in a head-on collision? He barely managed to raise his hand to block the attack and managed to touch the edge of the heavenly rune jade. However, it was completely useless. Even a secret-seeking realm cultivator would be in trouble, let alone an enlightening realm cultivator. Moreover, the heavenly pattern jade was a 2-star material, and it was so small. How terrifying was its destructive power! Pang! The heavenly pattern jade blasted out, and Ma Lirong vanished. He turned into a mist of blood. The 4 young men opened their mouths wide enough to stuff an egg inside, and their eyeballs were about to fall out. Their 7th uncle, an enlightening realm cultivator, was killed just like that. It was just one move. Sigh, what kind of pervert is this guy? Since he was already dead, Ling Han naturally couldn't be bothered to take another look. Instead, he stared at the four young men. I'll castrate myself. A young man clenched his teeth, pulled out a long sword, and slashed at his lower body. Pfft! There was a flash of blood, and a string of things appeared. His face was pale, and he said in a low voice, "Can you do it now?" Ling Han was surprised. He didn't expect this young man to be so ruthless. He asked, "What's your name?" "Ma Feihong," the young man said. Ling Han waved his hand and said, "You can go now." Ma Feihong turned around and left, blood still dripping. He didn't expect that he would force out such a ruthless person. Ling Han thought, but he didn't plan to kill him to prevent future trouble. He always kept his word. The other three young men didn't have the same courage. They all knelt and kowtowed. They were still young and had many years to live. What would they do if they lost their family jewels? Were they still men? Ling Han wanted to kill them, but after some thought, he asked, "Tell me where you came from." He only knew a little about these forces that appeared out of nowhere. He only knew that they were trapped underground and called the prison. The three looked at each other and didn't speak immediately. "Yes." Ling Han's face darkened. "We'll talk. We'll talk. Don't kill us." The three of them were terrified and hurriedly said. They were indeed from the prison. This was an extremely large formation that had trapped many strong people for as long as 2,000 years. It was only recently that the formation had loosened, and people with low strength like them were the first to escape. The formation was mainly targeted at the strongest people. They were just small fish. Ling Han was surprised. "You're already over 2,000 years old? How was that possible? How could someone in the extreme bone realm live for so long? We weren't locked in the prison from the beginning. We were born there," the three said honestly. When people were locked in the prison for a long time, there would naturally be people who would do other things out of boredom. Thus, the population of the prison grew. For example, the newly emerged people, even the Foundation establishment cultivators, were born later. They weren't the people who were locked in at the beginning. This was because Foundation establishment cultivators had a lifespan of about 1,000 years at most. They couldn't hold on for as long as 2,000 years. Ling Han asked for a long time until the three of them had nothing more to say. He brushed past them with his palm and killed them. His expression was somewhat solemn. There were countless strong people locked in the underground prison. If they were to come out, this world would enter a situation where heroes would fight for hegemony. Forget it, it was useless to think about this now. It was better to find the milk babies. Ling Han leaped up again, but this time he must have activated the hatred halo. Not long after, he encountered another group of people who also coveted his treasures and wanted him to hand them over. A battle was naturally inevitable. This time, the other party had someone at the peak of the enlightenment stage. Ling Han was no match for them, but when he used his body movement technique, he had nearly 5 times the speed of sound. It was a piece of cake for him to escape. Anyway, he didn't know where the 7 milk babies were. Ling Han just circled around this place. He believed that he would eventually meet them. Second baby was a clairvoyant. "Father." A day later, Ling Han suddenly heard a shout, and looked over upon hearing the voice. He saw 5 milk babies dashing towards him. He revealed a smile and said, "Did you guys get into trouble these few days?" "Not yet." 6 childish voices rang out at the same time. Why was one missing? Ling Han counted and found that 7th baby was missing. Could it be that this guy was greedy for sleep and was sucked into the spirit-nourishing gourd? He asked, "Where's 7th baby?" "Father, something bad happened." Seventh baby has been kidnapped. Fourth baby cried out. Father, quickly go and save seventh baby. Fifth baby also cried out. In contrast, the other three babies were much calmer. Sixth baby was invisible anyway, so they couldn't see what he looked like. Ling Han looked at the expressions of eldest baby and the others and knew that they were very calm. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, "Tell me slowly. What happened?" Chapter 3489. A Beautiful Romance. Xian Rue naturally saw this scene and couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. Her palm strike actually didn't injure the child at all. Strange, too strange. However, she also knew that Ling Han was not someone to be trifled with. Once the formation was used, it could pull the opponent to the same level. How could she be a match for Ling Han in a battle of the same level? She turned and ran without hesitation. Still want to run? Princess Bai Xiao snorted coldly and chased after her. She had misunderstood Ling Han before and was furious because of Xian Rue's actions. Now, all of this anger was naturally directed at Xian Rue. She was the strongest in the secret realm below the immortal path. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. In just a few steps, she caught up to Xian Rue and stared coldly at her. Xian Rue was shocked. She didn't expect Princess Bai Xiao, who looked even younger than her, to have a higher cultivation level. Although she was very strong and had the aptitude to be invincible in the same level, she hadn't reached the level where she could fight someone a whole realm higher. If she fought in the secret realm, she would definitely lose. Thus, she immediately smiled and said, "I am Xian Rue. My master is a spirit transformation expert." If these words were said to the people in the cage, they would definitely tremble. But Princess Bai Xiao didn't know which step of the spirit transformation realm was. She only pretended not to hear and only stared coldly at Xian Rue. Xian Rue couldn't help but feel depressed. It was really troublesome to communicate with these natives. She could only explain, "My master is already standing on the fifth step of the immortal path. Even in the cage, he is a top expert." Princess Bai Xiao was shocked. The fifth step of the immortal path? After so long, she actually had some understanding of the experts that suddenly appeared. She knew that there was still a huge cage suppressed under this world with countless experts. But only now did she know that the strongest expert was actually standing on the fifth step of the immortal path. This was too shocking. Killing an enlightenment realm was not difficult for her, but if she provoked the primordial true monarch behind this girl, then it would be troublesome. Even if it was Chen Fengyan, could he withstand the anger of a spirit transformation realm expert? "So, you can do whatever you want." Ling Han walked over, his fury burning. "She's just a little girl, and she has no enmity with you, yet you could be so cruel as to use her as a hostage, and even kill her. How deranged are you? Hand over what I want. Otherwise, when my master appears, the world will change and you will have nowhere to hide," said Xian Rue arrogantly. Ling Han smiled faintly. A real man should be able to repay kindness and enmity. If he is afraid of the slightest thing, how can he be a martial artist? He launched an attack towards Xian Rue. As long as Ling Han did not use absolute fairness, Xian Rue would naturally not be afraid of Ling Han. He was merely at the extreme bone realm. How strong could he be? She let out a light shout, and the two whips flashed out, coiling towards Ling Han. Ling Han channeled his strength into his fists, striking the long whips. Pang! His fists landed on the whip, and this whip instantly drooped down like a spirit snake that had been struck at its weak spot. However, 2 bloody marks were left on the tip of Ling Han's fists, and his skin had been torn. Fortunately, his bones had gone through 7 transformations and were incomparably tough. What? Xin Ryue turned pale with fright. She had used her full strength in this attack, but it had only broken the skin on Ling Han's fists. It was not as she had expected, that she had shattered his fists. This guy's strength had increased again, and it was a qualitative change. How could there be such a freakish extreme bone realm? She withdrew one of her whips, and as she channeled her mystical power into it, the remaining whip immediately straightened like a spear. She gripped it with both hands, and swept it horizontally at Ling Han. She had shockingly changed her attack style. Shwa, 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 she continuously stabbed with the whip. The tail was indeed incomparably sharp, and emitted a cold light. If one was stabbed, it would definitely not feel good. Ling Han brandished his war hammer, clashing head-on with the whip and spear. His left hand formed a fist, and he punched towards Xin Ryue. Pang, pang, pang. With the demon monkey fist and the frequency of his attacks, he could just about stand against Xin Ryue. Blazing white lightning flashed, and the war hammer showed its might. This was a one-star artifact, and after Ling Han had entered the Seven Bones realm, the power he could unleash had naturally increased by a large margin, and was even close to the mystery-seeking realm. Xin Ryue resisted with all her might, but her own battle prowess was not much higher than Ling Han's, and she was at a great disadvantage in terms of artifact. No matter what she did, she could not reverse the situation. In just a few moves, the lightning had charred her clothes, and her hair was disheveled. She looked to be in an extremely sorry state. Xin Ryue roared angrily. It was not that her battle prowess was inferior, but that her artifact was inferior, and this made her feel very wronged. Ling Han, you are suppressing me with your artifact. This is not your ability at all, she shouted loudly. This was naturally to provoke Ling Han. Although it might not be effective, she had no other way. Ling Han sneered, you are at the Enlightenment realm, 2 realms higher than me, and you have the nerve to say that I am suppressing you with my artifact. Moreover, you used a child as a hostage, and you are even more ruthless, and you still want me to treat you fairly? He swung the war hammer even more rapidly. The lightning flashed wildly, filling the surrounding space. Xin Ryue could only dodge here and there. If the primordial true sovereign was not in the prison, but a real sect leader, then she would definitely have a 1-star artifact. However, the resources in the prison were extremely scarce. The 2 whips in her hands were obtained with great difficulty, and she still wanted a 1-star artifact? The more she fought, the more flustered she became. Under the suppression of a 1-star artifact, she would be defeated sooner or later. If she was defeated by Ling Han, what would happen to her? Death. She did not want to die, so she naturally had to struggle. Are you going to watch him kill me? Xin Ryue shouted at Princess Bai Xiao. If I die here, with his strength, he can easily go back in time and see what happened today. Princess Bai Xiao was stunned for a moment before realizing that she had been threatened. She could not help but be stunned. She did not expect Xin Ryue to be so tasteless. Despicable, she said in a low voice. If you do not save me, you will definitely suffer the wrath of my master. No matter what power you have behind you, you will only be reduced to ashes, Xin Ryue threatened. Princess Bai Xiao's thoughts turned quickly, and she suddenly attacked, joining the battle. She did not attack Ling Han, but instead attacked Xin Ryue with her palm. Princess Bai Xiao was in the secret realm, and she was also a genius. Her battle strength was far above Xin Ryue's. Xin Ryue was already struggling under Ling Han's bombardment. How could she withstand the addition of such a strong opponent? In the blink of an eye, she was surrounded by danger, and she was almost doomed. Xin Ryue did not expect that her cleverness would backfire on her. Not only did she not get Princess Bai Xiao to help her, but she also became the one who hastened her death. Shameless person, Princess Bai Xiao said coldly, and her attacks became more urgent. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.